Chapter 54:99. Jian Wushuang received the inheritance of the first true king, and it was already considered luck against the sky, not worse than some inheritors on the Tomb Mountain. Although he has not yet received the inheritance of that true king, it is still in the bag. Second brother, although the ancient times are good, but they are also good now. Wu's was said meaningfully. Do you know the true core of this temple of God? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up, but he didn't dare to ask, but said vaguely, Core? Screening inheritors? He just asked tentatively, but Wu's missed the golden light and talked about things that had nothing to do with the Temple of Qixin. You should be aware of the giant egg in the palace of 3 kings. Jian Wushuang nodded. He has always had a guess that he doesn't know whether it is true or not. It seems that today he is going to get an accurate answer. That dome gave birth to a strong man, and this strong man has something to do with you. Jian Wushuang was shocked he guessed right, and then Wuzwa said, Could it be that god? It is him. When Master asked A to suppress the 3 kings' court, Fuigo died, and the 3 kings fell, but the existence that appeared in the dome was suppressed in the Temple of Qixin, who had previously instigated King, White the person behind the scenes, holding you. Wuzwa finished in one breath. This was in Jian Wushuang's expectation. Although his face was surprised, but he had an expectation in his heart, not too surprised. I just don't know why Wuzwa brought up this matter. Is it because of Fuigo's appearance? It is also possible. Then Wuzwa also confirmed his idea. The appearance of Fuigo is too threatening to the inside of the Temple of Qi, and must be eliminated. But now I can't find the other party, and I can't help it. Jian Wushuang had some doubts in his heart, and asked, Since there is a threat, why did you plant this bane in the first place? According to his inference, the strength of the gods is at best the master of the universe. Just such a thing, how could the gods at the beginning be admired? Kill it directly, or just throw it into the starry sky, and not lie down in the muddy water? Why do you have to suppress it in the Temple of Qixin? Isn't it uncomfortable for yourself? A dome caused the destruction of the 3 kingdoms, leading to the superpower of Fuigo. Even if the gods are not afraid of this power, they don't have to suppress the opponent all the time, unless it is because of great benefits. Wuzwa didn't know how to answer for a while, but he didn't know why he did it. Zheng Ling told him all this in order to win Jian Wushuang. This, I'm afraid, Master, and his elders have other plans. In short, they are of great use. Wuzwa said vaguely. Jian Wushuang was convinced of this, and the strong people like Qixin felt it was of great use, so the opponent was definitely not easy. An egg can destroy the 3 kings' court that can be made. Fuigo and the gods are not strong in Moro time and space. They are all from the depths of the starry sky. I am afraid that there is a bigger secret. It's just that Jian Wushuang doesn't know now. Wuzwa saw that the fire was about to come, and he had said what should be said, and then began to knock on the side to see what Jian Wushuang meant now. The appearance of Fuigo is a catastrophe in the Temple of Qixin, and now we need a son of heaven to kill this catastrophe. Wuzwa finished speaking and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. His heart secretly said that he was not the one who was chosen by heaven, right? The opponent is Fuigo, the Lord of the universe, who has not yet recovered his peak. That is also the Lord of the universe. It had just recovered. And even Shang was not his opponent, let alone now. Even if he succeeds in harmony, he is far from an opponent. This, Jian Wushuang, was a little embarrassed. Don't rush to answer. Wuzwa personally poured him a glass of wine, and then said, I felt incredible when I heard Lord True Spirit say this. It is said that such a big enemy should appear, so I should wait for it. But you guessed it. What did Master Zhenling say? Before Jian Wushuang spoke, Wuzwa said it directly. Master Zhenling said directly, You are the trendy guy of this era. From now on, Everything in the Qixin Temple will be in your bag, and you are the heir that the Qixin Temple is looking for across time and space." The more Wu's was said, the more excited he got. It was not his Huyo Jian Wushuang, but Zhenling said so himself. Fortune-telling. Jian Wushuang stood up directly. The impact of these words on him was too great. He himself couldn't believe it. "Brother Wuzhua, don't dare to talk nonsense about this. The potential on Tomb Sacred Mountain is much greater than mine. Senior Shang has reached the ultimate state. He is even more powerful than me." Although that was the case, Jian Wushuang's heart was ecstasy. He has always felt this way, and this temple of fortune god seems to have come for him. He is destiny. Wuzhua also stood up slowly, patted Jian Wushuang on the shoulder, and said, "Brother Wushuang, some things are predestined for a long time, and there will be no good results no matter how hard you fight. I dare to swear to God for those things just now. It's all said by Master True Spirit. If there is half a lie, you will definitely be smashed to death by nine-colored thunder." As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of dark clouds appeared faintly on the sea of the universe in the temple of Qixin. Zhenling blinked his mung-bean eyes and touched his nose, always feeling that something was wrong there, but he didn't pay attention to anything, sitting alone in front of the chessboard, thinking about how to deal with that Fuego. Now that the game has started to be laid out, it depends on when the opponent starts. This time, once the opponent appears, he will appear for the first time and kill him directly, eliminating the threat. Jago, Frosa, Humph. Let's talk about Jian Wushuang's side. Those words of Wuzhua just now are not like lie, and if you dare to swear to the way of heaven, you really can't say that it's a waste. Jian Wushuang is now truly believing. He was even in a trance. It's no wonder that the true spirit gave him all the things that belonged to the of the gods at the beginning, because he had long been identified as the heir of the temple of gods. In the dark, it is all the will of heaven. He is the biggest consignee among the three kings' court. This may also be fueled by the true spirit. If true spirit knew that Jian Wushuang thought so, would probably admire him to death. Think, or Jian Wushuang dare to think. I just don't know why Zhenling has to wait for him to join the road before going to the Tomb Mountain. Now, after receiving the treasure sent by Wuzhua, he felt that he also had a statement. I am afraid that the true spirit is likely to temper him, and the road to the strong cannot go too smooth. Then Wuzhua began to talk about Fuego. Jian Wushuang is getting more outrageous as he listens. Let me be the bait again. Wuzhua comforted. It's not a bait. The other party didn't dare to threaten you. At the beginning, Fuego recovered because of the origin of your refining for King White. If Fuego wants to restore his strength, he will definitely look for you. Jian Wushuang hesitated. He was looted by King by last time, wasting a lot of his time. End of this chapter. Chapter 5500. No wonder Zhenling insisted on getting him to go to the Tomb Mountain. It turned out to be for this. Once this thing is done, let alone the previous complete universe origin, the future of the Temple of Qixin will be yours. Whether Jian Wushuang believes it or not, Wuzhua really believes this sentence anyway. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so flattering with Jian Wushuang. He would be a brother, and would give more to the origin of the universe. Jian Wushuang's heart moved, no matter whether he hesitated or refused at this moment. He has to face it. This is the Temple of Qixin. What can he do? Just as Yuzhuo said, the future temple of the gods will be him. And Fuego's scourge must be eliminated, otherwise it will be detrimental to him. Okay, I promise. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and said, if you need me, just speak. A smile leaked from Wuzhua's face. He pulled Jian Wushuang and continued to sit down, and then said, This Lord True Spirit, I really didn't say anything, but you can lower your vigilance and try to get the other party to find you. Let the other party find me? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. Then he has to go. In the palace of the elders, no matter how long the hands of the gods are, they should not be able to penetrate here. These days, something is not going smoothly. Wu seemed to have expected it. He wasn't a fool either, since True Spirit planned like this. I am afraid that some small actions have already begun in secret. Now, listening to Wu's words, Jian Wushuang thought of what happened on Finyang Island. It seems to the outside world that the gong miaoi he brought with him was eventually taken away by the master of tearing the sky. Although he didn't care, others had already seen that he was pushed out or even suppressed. Moreover, he was so ridiculed by the Emperor of the Torn Heaven. Generally, strong people can't help it. This was a good entry point. Jian Wushuang couldn't hang around in the Yuan Lao Palace. And then the gods took the opportunity to enter. Jian Wushuang didn't say much, just nodded. He got it. All this may be fueled by the True Spirit. Over the years, the inheritors are not rare in the 4 secret realms, let alone places like the Yuan Palace. Even if I was suppressed, I could only endure it. Who told him to be inferior to humans? Jian Wushuang also had a plan in his heart. In this case, he simply lifted the table. Anyway, there was a real spirit behind him. It's better not to do 2 things endlessly, to slaughter the tearing sky and then betray the Senate Palace. Play a bitter trick for that god. When the time comes, Gong Miaoi will be taken away, and all the way to the far north, he will be able to find Nie Yuan even if the gods do not take the bait. Simply perfect. Killing the tearing sky, he can also obtain the accessories of the beast gods. The more I thought about Jian Wushuang, the more perfect this plan became. It's just killing a tearing sky. The True Spirit doesn't care at all. Everything is for righteousness. Then sacrifice a torn sky. Jian Wushuang glanced around. Wu saw the meaning and said calmly, "Don't worry, no one can hear the other side of our brothers here." Then Jian Wushuang dragged out his plan and told Wu Zhua. Wu Zhua clapped his hands, ecstatic in his heart. This plan is great. With his help, this plan can be carried out perfectly. Jian Wushuang killed the tearing sky, using the universe originated from the explosion to severely wound Tai San. He could completely kill Tai San by stealth. When the time comes, Changfeng's sword god will be suppressed even if he goes to the True Spirit to file a complaint. Simply perfect. Jian Wushuang got rid of the tear sky. He got rid of a triathlete is not too much. Right. Although Tai San's strength is not absolute, he is the hall master of Fu Shou Tang, and his power is not small, and he is also the younger brother of Changfeng's sword god. These 2 brothers did not prevent him from becoming the lord of the Shock Palace. Naturally get rid of. The 2 calculated for a long time, thoroughly analyzed the plan, and worked out an escape route. Running is very easy. He has some friendship with Qiu Huang and has to bring the other party into the group. Once successful, Wu was squeezed the sort of long wind to become the palace lord. The position of the hall lord of the central hall can be given to Qiu Huang and can also help the other party become a 6th order emperor. There is no need to say more about this benefit. Qiu Huang will definitely do it. The follow-up being pursued and killed is also a matter of the law enforcement hall. When that time comes, they will rely on their acting skills. It's just one thing. Who is the origin of the self-destructive universe? Wu Zhuo finally gritted his teeth and decided to go out by himself. Originally from the explosion, the origin of the universe needs to be destroyed, and there is no origin of this type among the universe origins Wu Zhuo gave him. This origin I got from the tomb of the gods, a greedy, incomparable special life, with it in exchange for his own life. Is this still greedy? Jian Wushuang was a little surprised, but then he thought that a character like Wu Zhuo would definitely not spend money to buy something that a character like Wu Zhuo could grab. 10% is enough. Jian Wushuang was not polite and accepted it directly. Wu Zhuo then confessed, "Be careful about everything. After the incident, I will suppress the news and then send someone to arrest you, so that those who arrest you will inadvertently disclose the matter." Wonderful. Jian Wushuang nodded affirmatively. Everything is in the plan. Now there is a short chance. At this time, someone happened to report and presented an invitation. An invitation to the wedding of the master of Fu Shou-tang. Wu Zhuo was overjoyed after reading it, and handed the invitation card to Jian Wushuang and said in surprise, "God helps me too." 10,000 years later, Jian Wushuang was secretly happy, so he still has a lot of time to prepare. This is really an excellent opportunity and must not be missed. 10,000 years later, Tai San and Gong Miaoi, the master of Fu Shou-tang, got married and worshipped as a Taoist couple. This is really a perfect opportunity. At that time, he will definitely give a big gift. Robbing marriages, killing people, and stealing treasures in one go. Wu Zhuo patted him on the shoulder and comforted, "Brother Wushuang, don't be too sad. I will help you kill Tai San when the time comes, and the women belong to you." "Brother Wu Zhuo, you are wrong. I don't think much of her." Jian Wushuang shook his head. His heart was dead long ago, and he died on the night of high spirits. Snatching Gong Miaoi is just a plan, nothing to do with Feng Yue. It is his primary goal, to tear the sky. At this time, Wu Zhuo handed out another jade slip and said, "There is this one you have to hold. I have collected information about the beast soldier for you at the top. There is also a beast soldier in the heavens. You can give it a try, and if you need help, feel free to contact me." Heart of Candle Dragon, Mahayana Lingshan. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. This did not match the news that the gods gave him, but he was more willing to believe in Wu Zhuo. The other party was a ground snake on the bright side of the heavens, which was more collected than the gods. The news is much more reliable. The guy who tears the sky once asked for a triathlon, but there is a superpower on the Mahayana Spirit Mountain, and most people really can't get it off. But if I come out, the other party should give some face. If it doesn't work, grab it. Wu Zhuo, it doesn't matter. End of this chapter. Chapter 55:01. Mahayana Lingshan is in the extreme west of the heavens. There is the chassis of the temple, and the Mahayana Lingshan also takes refuge in the temple, and it will block if you want to grab the temple. After all, the Senate Palace had to intervene in the affairs of the temple, which meant that it had crossed the boundary. If it is Jian Wushuang to grab it, he will naturally get the strength, but let the Senate Palace help, and the temple will also take action. Of course, if he takes refuge in the temple, he can use some means to let the other party take the initiative to send it over. But now Jian Wushuang had already been tied to a rope with Yuan Lao Palace or Wu Zhuo, and it was impossible to go to the temple anymore. Then, after discussing the follow-up methods, Jian Wushuang also knew that this time the real spirit would take the shot himself. He could rest assured that the real spirit would take the shot once he met Fuigo. Jian Wushuang was mainly worried about Fuigo. The shadow sect in the north was about to be pulled out, and the strongest one was probably the Sixth Order Emperor. Even if Jian Wushuang is invincible at this level of powerhouse, there will be no major problems in escaping. After almost finalizing, Jian Wushuang said goodbye and left. In 10,000 years, he can go to the North Watch Tower to take a look, and before he does it, he is ready to retreat again and swallow the origin of the universe. Now in his hands, in addition to the 10% destruction origin that he wants to explode, there is also 30% of the universe origin. Although it is a little messy and has various origins, it can just improve his extreme way. Now, his extreme Tao has just reached the 9th level. Relying on these origins, he can reach the most complete level of his extreme Tao origin. With the essence of all things, it can prevent all things from degenerating. Not afraid that after Ji Dao becomes stronger, his power of all things will be completely changed. He is afraid that after the transformation, he will become out of control and will not be able to integrate completely at that time. After Wu Zhuo sent Jian Wushuang to the door, looking at Jian Wushuang's back, his mood was very complicated. This time he didn't know if he could succeed. Even if he was doing miscellaneous things, he was still in the same boat with Jian Wushuang. He is very optimistic about Jian Wushuang. Dao Jun has such a strong strength and courage, and it is logical to control the Temple of Qi in the future. Others are not optimistic. He is optimistic, but now it's just a matter of time, and the future will be the icing on the cake. After sending Jian Wushuang away, he turned around and went to the Sea of Origin of Qishan Temple to return to the true spirit. My lord, the plan has already begun, and we will do it after 10,000 years. Wu Zhuo respectfully said. Zhen Ling disrupted the board and turned to look at Wu Zhuo. This time, no matter what, you have to keep Jian Wushuang for me. If something goes wrong, you will be the first to be responsible. Wu Zhuo was a little embarrassed why every time he failed, he had to carry the pot. However, he did not dare to refute what Zhen Ling said and fully told Zhen Ling of the plan proposed by Jian Wushuang. Zhen Ling touched the flesh beard and laughed. Yes, this plan is very good to my taste. Remember to inform me in advance on the day of the snatching ceremony. I haven't seen such a lively scene for a long time. Definitely. Wu Zhuo was also very excited. On Yuanyang Island, Jian Wushuang first went to a treasure pavilion, sold one universe crystal, exchanged some needed treasures, and then exchanged 100 billion cubic meters of sacred stones. After buying a lot of needed treasures and redeeming a lot of sacred stones, he only spent less than 100 cosmic crystals. Really converted, one side of the universe crystal is worth 1 billion cubes of sacred stone. The treasures you buy are nothing rare. Because of the special nature of the universe crystal, only people can exchange the stone for the universe crystal, and no one will exchange the universe crystal for the stone. So the other party was very proud and directly gave Jian Wushuang some of the treasures he needed. After Jian Wushuang had the sacred stone, he went to the restaurant first and directly cleared all the sacred stones that he had previously avoided. The other party is sincere and fearful for fear of offending Wu Zhuo. Jian Wushuang also took the opportunity to scold Wu Zhuo, making it seem like they were not in harmony. This is also part of the plan. After leaving the restaurant, he didn't delay and went straight to the North Tower. While there is still time, I naturally want to break through here again, and I don't want to waste a minute of time. Before arriving at the North Watch Tower, Jian Wushuang looked up. The North Watch Tower was hundreds of millions of miles high and rushed straight into the sky, which was more magnificent than Moyne Mountain. This tower, originally a treasure of the pinnacle universe in the primitive world, was fooled by the true spirit. I heard that the 4th round of Inheritors is testing and screening here. Of course, those who tried reached the 14th floor at the highest. Dao Jun is generally good enough to reach the 10th floor. Being able to reach the 14th floor is even more against the sky, already comparable to the Second-Order Emperor. When Jian Wushuang was on Primordial Star, he was only about the Second Order. It seems that the Taoist monarch has no weaker potential than him. This kind of ultimate way of great potential generally does not go to the tomb of the sacred mountain, and Hui Qingxuan is a different kind. At the beginning, Zhen Ling was most optimistic about Hui Qing. Now that feng shui takes turns, he will inherit the character of Qishan Temple in the future. This north watchtower will be his from now on, and everything will be his. Jian Wushuang stepped into the north tower. Inside the hall on the first floor, there are many cases and seats here, and there are a lot of people sitting at this time. As soon as he came in, he heard someone calling his name. Brother Wushuang. It's Wanyan. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile and walked over. Brother Wanyan. He was a little surprised. It shouldn't have been long since these two have been here. Shouldn't it be roaming in it? Wanyan pulled Jian Wushuang over and first introduced a tier 4-peak emperor next to him. Brother Wushuang, this fellow Tianxi Daoist, is the inheritor who descended from the Tomb Mountain, not to mention the Fourth Order Emperor. He has reached the 41st floor. Wanyan exclaimed. Tian, she sat on the spot, unmoved, just nodded to Jian Wushuang. It is no wonder that Tianjiao of this level has arrogance. Jian Wushuang ignored him and asked, Why didn't you see Brother Dong Sheng? Hey, don't say anything. Once that guy got here, he never came out. He has reached the 57th floor. It is estimated that he will not come out if he is less than the 60th floor. Wanyan said helplessly. Originally, the two of them thought that this place should be similar to Mayin Mountain. Kamen found out that it was completely different from Mayin God. The complete origin of the universe is not so random to comprehend. And I heard that that origin is the origin of a divine lord. Jian Wushuang was also surprised when he heard it. He had only vaguely felt the origin of the desolate god lord back then. That powerful breath made him tremble, even though he was still very weak at the time and could not comprehend any mystery. But now it's different. Even if the origin of the is placed in front of him, he can tell why. Brother Wushuang, this time you are going to make a fortune. Wanyan said in a low voice, approaching Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Why do you say that? Ha! You'll know if you try it. Wanyan sold it off. Chapter 55:02. The Emperor Tianxi sneered a little beside him, but he didn't say anything. Jian Wushuang bid farewell to Wanyan and came to a teleportation formation inside the main hall. This was the only way to enter the North Tower. 100 million cubes of sacred stone. The old man guarding the teleportation array said in a very cold voice. Jian Wushuang happily handed over the stone this time. The other party also handed him a jade slip. Jian Wushuang probed into the jade slip with a trace of thought, only to understand why Wanyan said that. If you have this jade slip, you can go in and out at will. This jade slip can be used 10 times, and it will automatically break later. At that time, you need to use your own points to exchange for the jade slip. The old man closed his eyes after he finished speaking. I don't want to say a word. After exploring the jade slip, Jian Wushuang understood everything. After entering the North Tower, you will get a chance to understand the origin of the universe every time you pass through it, and you will also get 100 points. Jian Wushuang is a Taoist monarch corresponding to the first 10 floors. After passing through these 10 levels, he will get 1,000 points and 10 times to comprehend the origin of the universe. If he surpasses the 10th floor, he can get a double reward. For example, if you break through the first floor, you can get 200 points and 2 opportunities to understand the origin of the universe. Break through twice to get 400 points for times to understand the origin of the universe, and so on. Ha ha! Jian Wushuang couldn't help laughing directly. This is really his treasure. He really wants to make a fortune. His laughter directly caused many people to look over here, looking at him like a fool. Even the indifferent emperor guarding here couldn't help but sneered, but he didn't talk to Jian Wushuang either. Only one person was very sure of Jian Wushuang, and Wanyan also had a smile on his face, but it was not a mocking smile, but a smile that knew that Jian Wushuang had really made a fortune this time and was happy for the other party. Emperor Tianxi put down the wine glass and said calmly, "Brother Wanyan, you are very confident. What do you think of his strength?" Wanyan said casually, "The Fifth Order Emperor, but it's a lot worse than you. He should be able to walk to the 46th floor. Tianxi has been mixing here for a long time, and he is very accurate." Wanyan laughed, and he reached the 49th floor, which was indeed pretty good. The reason why he didn't go on was because he still had more important things, so he took a break here, met Emperor Tianxi, and felt that the other party was also a goddess. He was just a little arrogant. Originally, when he saw Jian Wushuang coming, he was ready to leave, and now he decided to take a look here. You see that he is really accurate. He is at the level of the 46th floor, and there is still a big gap between me. Wanyan smiled. Many people don't know that Jian Wushuang is actually just a Taoist monarch. He didn't say it himself. Even the Sixth Order Emperor couldn't see him through. If you deliberately conceal it, ordinary Zhujian will not be able to see his true state. There were many gazes staring at Jian Wushuang, but he quickly moved away. This kind of thing happened a lot. But in the end, there are only a few that can surprise everyone. A few years ago, there was a Fifth Order Emperor who broke through to the 54th floor and attracted the attention of many people, but he quickly disappeared. Everyone guessed that it was the peak wave of inheritors on the Tomb God Mountain. On the Tumshan Mountain, there are mainly several levels. The Ultimate Emperor is naturally the first level. Then there are some powerhouses with special origins, such as those with Wandaliu, or the powerhouses with Change Dao like Broly. This is the second level. In fact, they are not much weaker than the Ultimate Way, and some are even stronger than the Emperors of the Ultimate Way. Broly is like this. His strength is very powerful, and now the Sixth Order Emperor has blasted some of the most powerful people in the realm. It's simply a pervert. Then there are those Emperors of the second rank origin. They are actually not too weak. Some of them are against the sky, such as Zhenliang and Tongtian Buddha, who can also break through the 5th to 10th floor. It's just that now they have their own heritage. There is no time to come here. In this North Tower, there are 7 layers of inheritors. 20% are the powerhouses of the Yuan Lao Palace, and the rest are the Aboriginal emperors. The true spirits are thirsty for talents and help some indigenous emperors with great potential to repair their roots at all costs. This price is much higher than that of plundering outside emperors at will. The emperor from the outside world wants to come in even if his head is squeezed, but the emperor of the outer universe is so easy to come, and the emperor and the strong will be rejected, can only plunder some Dao monarchs or Dayan immortals. Yenxian is in trouble and has to go through 2 screenings. Zhenling can't wait any longer. He can't wait to leave the primitive universe or to leave this long river of time and space. This is simply a remote, wild land. Staying here is not only inconvenient to screen the inheritors, but also unable to give these inheritors a better space to explore. When a large number of Sixth Order Emperors appeared among the inheritors, the 4 great secret realms would be a little stretched, so you can't let these powerhouses stay in the 4 great secret realms. But the time and space of the outside world is long in Hanoi, and there is no place to break. It is not as good as the 4 secret realms. So Zhenling was a little anxious. He wanted to quickly create a group of strong men, and then get rid of the gods suppressed by the primordial universe. And even if the cause and effect were settled, he could leave this time and space with the Temple of Qishan at that time, go to a wider world, and even regain the time and space of Morwa. Of course, that's all for a later story. Jian Wushuang was more delighted as he watched it now. On the wall of the hall outside, there is a list. The same list is also included in the jade slips. Dao Jun and Emperor were arranged on the top. Among the princes, the highest ranked is a strong man called Devil Dragon who has broken through the 6th floor. The second only broke through the third floor, which was half the difference among the emperors. It is counted from the fourth order emperor because the first to third order emperors have no money to come here. The Taoists who can come here are the peerless Tianjiao. Below the fourth order emperor, the potential is too weak. In Jian Wushuang's view, he didn't reach the fourth order emperor directly after he Dao, and he was not considered a Tianjiao after being able to join forces successfully. Those who go directly to the fourth order emperor are considered strong. However, most of the emperors after he Dao are also second-order emperors. This is considered to be the most. First-order emperors are very rare, and some have almost been used as grindstones, and they have been beheaded by those against the heavens. There are also some who directly become the third-order emperor after the Dao, and most of the inheritors on the Tomb Mountain are at this level. There are some that can directly reach the fourth-order emperor, but relatively few. As for directly entering the fifth-order emperor, Hui Qing is currently alone. If you want to directly enter the fifth-order emperor, first of all, the origin of space must reach a very high realm. Only with this key factor can it be achieved in one step. However, it was the first time Jian Wushuang saw Hui Qing's abnormal state. At the beginning, in the great wilderness, one step into the Taoism was simply outrageous. No wonder Zhenling was so optimistic about Hui Qing at the beginning, and there was a reason for this. And Hui Qing has been one step faster than him in cultivation. Chapter 55:03. Now that he has succeeded in joining the Tao with a perfect posture, he is directly the fifth-order peak emperor, and I am afraid that it will not be long before he will be the sixth-order emperor. There is a series of inheritance waiting for him, and he will soon be able to catch up with the progress of Shang. Unconsciously, I have fallen so much. Jian Wushuang didn't know if he had fallen too much or Hui Qing's speed was too fast. On the jade slit besides Dao Jun, there was another person whose name surprised him. It was the name of Qishui Traveler, who had reached the 54th floor. The fifth-order emperor broke into the 54th floor, which represented a breakthrough in the fourth floor. In the ranking of the fifth-order emperor, the one who broke through the most was not the inheritor of Qishui, but a fifth-order emperor from the Palace of the Elders. As for the sixth-order emperor, very few can make a breakthrough. The strongest person is just breaking through the first floor. It is Tai San, the master who tears the sky, and he is also the one he plans to kill this time. Of course, he is not an opponent. He just needs to seriously hurt the opponent, and Wu Zhuo will secretly kill the opponent. Then Jian Wushuang saw the top list, that is the number of layers that the absolute powerhouse has broken through. Beyond the 60th floor, he is already an absolute powerhouse. However, since the Beiwang Tower was taken to the Senate Palace, only a few superpowers have come to break through it. It's not too strange. The Yuan Palace said that there are only 4 top powers, and even if you add the top powers from the outside world, it is estimated that they will be only a few. Something that puzzled Jian Wushuang was that Wu Zhuo was the only one in the Palace of the Elders on the list and ranked first. Then Jian Wushuang understood. Back then, Wu Zhuo dared to face the sword god of hard and strong wind. Those words turned out to be true. The 3 palace masters were quite scheming. They knew that Wu Zhuo was not as strong as Wu Zhuo, so they let Wu Zhuo pass through the level alone. Even if Wu Zhuo passed the level, he was still a hall master. The 3 of them had divided up this deterrent invisibly. A hall master is so powerful, which will make them think about these inheritance and native emperors. 74 floors. Wu Zhuo completely broke through the 4th floor. Some of the others are outstanding, let alone breakthroughs, and some are still in the 60s. The more you go to the back, the harder it is to break through. Each step requires a great improvement in strength to be able to do it. I really don't know how the great Emperor Julian did it. Jian Wushuang wasn't thinking about those things either, and just set off to enter. He is going to break all these rules and let those people see who is the strongest in the future. After entering the teleportation array, the token was directly inspired to enter the first floor of the North Tower. Jian Wushuang's figure seemed to travel outside the universe, and when he reappeared, he was already standing on a desolate interest. This desolate planet has a very strong gravitational pull, and it is extremely hard, similar to the innate treasure. How many innate treasures can be exchanged for this entire planet? Jian Wushuang was a little excited. The old problem is committed again. Seeing more precious treasures, you can't walk. Wow! A black mist condensed shadow appeared opposite him. Practitioner, defeat me and enter the next level. The powerhouse gathered by the black mist looks like an ordinary Taoist monarch. Jian Wushuang didn't care about it at all. He is more interested in this barren planet. Please enlighten me. Boom! The black mist powerhouse didn't have so much nonsense, so he rushed up directly. The opponent's treasure is 6 sharp knives, and the breath is very fierce. Ordinary Taoists are really not necessarily opponents. But for Jian Wushuang, the opponent is no different from Ant, too slow. Jian Wushuang's voice just fell and disappeared in a flash. If he doesn't want to play, he can easily win by staring at each other. Click! Jian Wushuang's neat hand knife directly shattered the black mist. Then his figure disappeared in place. When it reappears, it's still this place. Nothing has changed. Jian Wushuang glanced around. Since there was no change, why did he send him away? Is it a spatial change? Jian Wushuang opened the 9-layer space and found no problems, so he didn't think too much. The next way is to destroy the dead. On the first 10 floors, he personally took the shot on the first floor, and only a few breaths are needed to be able to explode the opponent. Then began to break through. Jian Wushuang's thought power penetrated into the token, with 1,000 points above it and 10 chances to understand the origin of the universe. He doesn't know what the points are, but the opportunity to understand the origin of the universe is extraordinary. For Jian Wushuang, it was also a big temptation. In the Guantian chessboard, although there are many chess pieces made from the origin of the universe, he still doesn't have the strength to copy. You can only copy those pawn-sized chess pieces, but those pieces are not the origin of the universe or the origin of some finished products. There is not much help for him now. He was going to see what the origin of the universe in the North Tower was like. That desolate planet has finally undergone some changes. The top is no longer a bare piece, but a lot of strange-shaped stones appeared. Practitioner, you can meet me. It shows that your strength surpasses Dao Jun. You are very good. Hay Mist once again condensed into a strong humanoid, but the treasure in his hand is still 6 sharp knives. You are now qualified and know my title. Jian Wushuang frowned when he heard it, and a sword aura cut the opponent directly. He was still a little curious at first, but later he was in a hurry, and some couldn't wait to see the origin of the universe in the North Tower. So I didn't give the other person a chance to speak. At the moment of defeating the opponent, all the powerhouses who had broken through the North Watch Tower received a message. Dao Jun, Jian Wushuang reached the 12th floor. Inside the hall, on the first floor of the North Tower. Not many people care. Daejin's breakthrough is normal, and there is no fuss. There was one person who stood up directly. Then he looked at a 5th-order emperor sitting aside and said in shock, "Is he a Taoist?" "Why, you didn't see it." Wanyan leaked a sneer. The person who was shocked was Emperor Tianxi, the 4th-order peak powerhouse. When he first saw Jian Wushuang, he thought that the other party was a weak 5th-order emperor, but he didn't expect that the other party was actually a Taoist monarch. The misunderstanding is serious. A Taoist with the breath of a fifth-order emperor, wouldn't it be? Brother Wanyan, why didn't you say it earlier? Tian, she regretted a little. Such a heaven-defying Taoist. He should have heard of it in Tomb's Sacred Mountain. Why is there no impression at all? Jian Wushuang. Then Tian, she thought of a name, and said in surprise, "It's him? That's not surprising." With the increase of inheritors, Jian Wushuang's name gradually disappeared from the Tomb Mountain, and it is normal to not remember it for a while. Chapter 5504. At this moment, some practitioners who received the news and did not have time to watch discovered that the token actually started to flicker. Each time is the transmission of a message. Dao Jun, Jian Wushuang, broke through the 12th floor. Dao Jun, Jian Wushuang, broke through the 13th floor. Dao Jun, Jian Wushuang, broke through the 20th floor. God, is this human work? Someone kept exclaiming, and then stared directly at the list on the hall. Break through. The number 1 is already Jian Wushuang. This is a total list. Almost all Taoists in the front ranks, because Taoists are the easiest to break through. Now, Jian Wushuang has directly surpassed the number 1. Number 1. Break through the 10th floor in one breath. And it's still changing. 12, 16, and 20 floors. Nowadays, not only the strong people in the North Watchtower are exclaimed, but some strong people who are breaking through the barrier have also come out one after another to see what happened. It's Jian Wushuang, the inheritor Jian Wushuang, who was looted before reaching the Tomb Mountain. Many people recognized Jian Wushuang's identity. Dao Sengtian, who had returned from Fenyang Island, stood in the hall at this time with a knotted brow. Dao Jun, tearing Tian's face sank. Then he snorted coldly and said inwardly, "Dao Jun, after all, I'm just a Taoist. If you don't agree with the Tao, I will be able to crush you." The strength of Tearing Sky now ranks among the best among the fifth-order emperors. Although he did not make a breakthrough, he was able to reach the pinnacle. This time, it was even more rushed to the 49th floor, and there was still a lot of confidence. At this moment, he still had confidence in his heart, even if Jian Wushuang went against the sky again and broke through the 20th floor. That is the strength of the 30th floor, comparable to the fourth-order emperor. There is still a big gap with him. Moreover, Jian Wushuang was still very poor, but he saw with his own eyes that Jian Wushuang could not even take out the 100 million cubes of divine stone, and finally did not enter the valley. Wanyan was the only calm person in the hall at this time, and he was not surprised at all. Back in the blood mist of Mayan Mountain, Jian Wushuang broke out of the level of a sixth-order emperor, and now he goes out to fight again. I am afraid he is not weak anymore. At least it can break through to about 40 floors. With the addition of the 10th floor of the Taoist, it will be 55th, and there is already a sixth-order level. Once the harmony is successful, it will be the sixth-order emperor directly. This is probably unprecedented, and there is no one to come after. The current North Watchtower has not only attracted countless inheritors, but even many powerful people in the Palace of the Elders have come to watch it. Among them, Qiu Huang also came with a Dharmakaya. In a blink of an eye, is this kid almost like me? Qiu Huang's heart trembled secretly. Wu Zui took a step and reached Qiu Huang's side, and encouraged, "You have to work hard, otherwise Jian Wushuang will surpass you." I have agreed to that matter, but I can only maintain 3 breaths, and everything depends on you. Qiu Huang said without moving his face, speaking from the bottom of his heart. At the beginning of the plan that Jian Wushuang proposed, he still hesitated, mainly because he was afraid that Jian Wushuang would not be able to do it, and then others would not kill him. So he went in first. Now, it seems that there are no surprises. Wu Zui was overjoyed in his heart. This plan has a 70% chance of winning. His law enforcement hall, in cooperation with Qiu Huang, who was in charge of the central teleportation array, could completely keep Jian Wushuang away. The two just took a look and then left separately, did not stay here much. Wu Zhuo is very clear about Jian Wushuang's strength, and there is nothing to look at. Can the future successor of the Temple of Fortune be weak? The stronger Jian Wushuang showed, the more firmly Wu Zhuo believed that he was right. In the future, Jian Wushuang will reach the top and inherit the orthodox of Qishan. When the time comes, let alone a palace master, it is not too much to get him a palace master. He did not help Jian Wushuang less. Now he is standing on a boat, and from now on he will be Jian Wushuang's confidant. At this time, Jian Wushuang in the North Watchtower didn't know that he had aroused countless people's onlookers, still immersed in it. Now that he has reached the 40th floor, the opponents he meets again are all fifth-order emperors. But Jian Wushuang still didn't mean to draw a sword. The phantom sword condensed with countless sword auras in his body is enough to kill all enemies. And the strong man condensed by the black mist has not been able to say his title until now. Countless sword energy swept away, and the black mist dissipated again. Jian Wushuang scanned the surroundings curiously. Starting from the 10th level, stones appeared on the planet, and at the 20th level, water began to appear on the planet. There were plants on the 30th floor, and now on the 40th floor, the changes on this planet had exceeded Jian Wushuang's imagination. Even life has reproduced. This is everything. Jian Wushuang was very pleased after discovering it. This planet is related to everything. The planet he was in the sky at the beginning is also very similar to this place. This is very helpful to his power of all things. He now doesn't worry about the power of all things going out of change, but let it go out of change, because he discovered that the ultimate evolution of the power of all things is likely to be life. That is a brand new force. Divine power is just the power of the divine body. The power of all things comes from the origin of all things. And after everything has changed, what will it be? Mind power produces consciousness. Swallowing can make life grow strong. And the power of all things is to evolve life. That is the power of life. Jian Wushuang thought of this. His aura was a bit thick. The power of life. He hadn't even heard it. Life force. After the surroundings changed again, Jian Wushuang found that there were more fish in the water. That is the most primitive life. They all need to survive in the water, and they have not yet evolved the ability to survive on land. Then I will speed them up. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile. He wanted to try to see if the life force he had guessed existed. A powerful force of all things came, and then began to quickly change. His extreme path was also at this moment, and began to change with the power of suppressing all things. Directly reached the 9th floor of consummation. The extreme path is completely consummated, and the power of all things is completely transformed. However, the change is not the force of life. It's a strange halo that emits green light. Just when this special power was born, the swallowing power swarmed and began to swallow it. So that's it. Fusion would actually be like this. He didn't need to do anything at all. The three forces began to quickly eat away and then merge. The power of life had already been planted at the moment he thought about it. Brand new power. If someone could grasp the power of all things before, then he hadn't even heard of the power of life. Mastering the power of life. I am afraid that it will really follow all things to live and follow all things to die. Everything is in his thoughts. Jian Wushuang's breakthrough. Here, surprised the black mist expert in the distance. It didn't find any changes in Jian Wushuang, but was just wondering why Jian Wushuang didn't go to kill him directly this time. End of this chapter. Chapter 55:05. What? You didn't recruit anymore. The Black Mist powerhouse finally said a complete sentence. In this North Tower, there is actually an opponent, but the opponent's strength will change with the number of floors. After Jian Wushuang mastered the power of life, his temperament changed. When mastering the power of mind, the mental power in his body is very sufficient. When others look at it, they will think that Jian Wushuang is a strong man with good consciousness. The power of devouring is somewhat evil, but after another thought, can human beings devour all kinds of beings not evil? That evil aura is like an innate fear which makes people feel flustered when they see it. The power of all things is different from the previous two. The power of all things changed Jian Wushuang's view of Wan Dao, more like his only way. Wan Dao, he favors kendo alone. No matter what power it is, he will eventually be integrated into the kendo skills. The devouring power in the phantom sword, the powerful thought power of the absolute immortal array, or the heavenly punishment of all things formed the heavenly punishment sword. Now that he has mastered a brand new power, the force of life, his temperament has become very gentle, and he can feel a warm heart when everything meets him. It is a natural breath, a breath of innocence. People naturally have a good impression of him. He represents life. At this moment, Jian Wushuang opened his arms to influence everything. The strong man gathered by the Black Mist looked at Jian Wushuang like a fool. But then the fish in the water began to metamorphose, and those inch-long fish began to gradually grow, and then grew all kinds of strange-shaped wings. These beings have directly surpassed everything, and can fly directly before reaching the land. You actually interfered with the rules of this place. The eyes of the strong Black Mist were almost staring. There is a complete universe origin in this place. How could it be interfered by a Taoist monarch? Jian Wushuang completely relaxed. The fish flying in the sky turned around Jian Wushuang, and they regarded Jian Wushuang as their father god. The origin here should be a complete origin of everything. Jian Wushuang guessed, to be able to evolve this planet, the origin of that universe is absolutely extraordinary. Only the origin of everything can do it. He had never expected that someone would be able to pull together a complete source of everything. The three major gods are really extraordinary. The Black Mist expert did not answer Jian Wushuang's question, but asked, "How did you do it?" "Because I am a god, the only true god." Jian Wushuang's aura skyrocketed, and as soon as the life force was released, all the lives in this area began to degenerate. The elder-winged fish lost its wings and fell into the water, and then the body began to decompose and weaken, turning into everything. And the strong Black Mist is also degenerating. Its degeneration is a bit slow. First the fog becomes thinner, and then only a red robe falls to the ground. Disappeared. Jian Wushuang was surprised. This was the first time he used this power. Unexpectedly, let the other party disappear directly. Then he reversed his life and accelerated the life force here again, and the strong Black Mist was resurrected. This time, without waiting for the opponent to speak, Jian Wushuang shot the opponent directly with a sword aura. The life force is now fused, which is different from what he had previously guessed. At first he thought that when the fusion, the three need to be one with each other in check. It turned out to be different. On this planet, he saw the ultimate transformation of the power of all things before he decided to give it a go. It turns out I was thinking too much. Jian Wushuang scratched his head. He really thinks too much. I don't know if it is too admirable or underestimated. However, he was able to complete the Ji-Dao to consummation, and the road had come to an end only to the consummation of Kendo and then Hedao. Everything is fine. He doesn't need to specialize in the realm of black holes or to pursue the invisible and intangible mental consummation. Everything is developing for the better. He felt that all this was a bit simpler. It's a lot of thanks to this place. Otherwise, he walked all the way to the dark and has been suppressing the transformation of the power of all things, and I am afraid that he will not be able to break through in his life. Jian Wushuang's excited hands trembled. Ever since I mastered the extreme way, I have been along the way. Too many bumps. During the Nian Li period, he was either on the way to escape in the great wilderness or was preparing to escape. He couldn't rest for a day, and finally survived by chance and entered the temple of Qishan. When he swallowed the power, he was haunted by the evil aura again, until the power of all things later. He never stopped killing. Just like a person, blood sacrifices to the common people, and I don't know how many people have been killed. Everything is fine now. He finally got rid of which kind of killing Kyoko. That kind of killing was not the same as Kendo's killing. Kendo is warlike, and devouring is destroying. There is still a gap. The surroundings changed again, and he broke through another layer. The environment on the planet also changed accordingly, and Jian Wushuang continued to ponder the power of life, not paying attention to the black mist expert at all. Having been using the life force to torture the opponent, the body quickly dissipated, and then quickly recovered. That kind of coincidence of life and death caused the black mist powerhouses to collapse. Although it is not transformed by life, it is related to everything. Even if it is a piece of wood, Jian Wushuang can use the power of life to turn it into a towering giant tree, and at the same time, it can make a trace of weakness and regenerate its light. In general, Jian Wushuang discovered that the power of life corresponds not only to life, or that everything is a part of life, and he can intervene. This ability can bring him too many benefits. And he discovered that the acceleration of life is the acceleration of time, which has a lot to do with the origin of time. He even wondered whether he would skip the space and master the origin of time after he succeeded in combining the origin of Ji Dao. It's really possible. If this is true, and an emperor masters the origin of time, then he is truly against the sky. Change your fate. Isn't the messenger of all things. You dare to treat me this way? I am the messenger of all things personally refined by the great Xuanyi Hall master. The strong man died and recovered again and again, constantly cursing Jian Wushuang. It would be okay if Jian Wushuang killed him with a single sword, but the constant delay to ravage him made him very annoyed, and he vowed to retaliate when Jian Wushuang reached the next few floors. Jian Wushuang didn't pay attention to the other party, but when he heard Xian Yi, he still leaked a hint of surprise. But I didn't ask too much. If the lord of the Xuanwu Hall was really Teacher Xuanyi, he would have come to him a long time ago, and in the Three Kings Court, Teacher Xuanyi said that he would meet in the future, not now. However, he is still a little curious about being able to have the same name. Chapter 55:06. If you have a chance in the future, you will definitely have to meet the Master Xuanyi. As for the messenger of all things, what Jian Wushuang had learned about was a puppet. It's just that this messenger of all things manipulates the entire origin of all things in the universe, and at a specific level, it can display the combat power of all levels. At the top level is the master of all things. That is really powerful. I am afraid that no one in the Temple of Qishan can get to the end. The Lord of all things, but one of the three great gods, is as famous as the Desolate Lord, and much stronger than the three kings. It is the pinnacle among the lords of the universe, only weaker than the gods alone. The origin of such a strong man is indeed worthy of his exploration. After he has explored the planet, he will go to comprehend the origin of all things. Look at the origin of everything at the master level of the universe, what it is like. breaking through so many levels, he has gained an unknown number of enlightenment times. At least it has been hundreds of millions of times. Each layer has doubled, and he has now broken through 30 layers. How many times does the ghost know? After Jian Wushuang realized the changes on this planet, he once again killed the messenger of all things with a single sword. After he didn't reach the first floor, he would feel for a year, and the messenger of all things had been tortured by him. Soon he reached the 50th floor. The 40th floor he broke through. The messenger of all things now has the level of a sixth-order emperor. It's impossible to be ravaged like that. Hey kid, are you still my opponent now? The messenger of all things sneered. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile. When he hadn't grasped the power of life, he was indeed at the level of Tier 6, but now, that's not necessarily the case. Universe. Jian Wushuang just spit out 2 words indifferently, and the whole planet dimmed. A squirrel stealing fruit in the woods is holding a red fruit and looking around, wondering why it gets dark so soon. But then a force came, and the squirrel directly turned into a skeleton. The skeleton sank into the ground and became a fossil. In a flash, hundreds of millions of years passed. Everything is changing, but Jian Wushuang is the only one who takes care of himself. Finally, the power of life can be integrated into the universe, and the universe will not be so monotonous if you use it in the future. Jian Wushuang raised his hand, and the world returned to its original form. The squirrel in the woods froze for a moment, then dropped the fruit and ran away. Jian Wushuang felt everything around him, but Yin universe has shrunk to the size of a battle, and at this time it is binding the messenger of all things. Outside world, in the main hall of the North Tower, 100,000 strong people have gathered here. They all waited for the ranking changes, but they were only concerned about Jian Wushuang. Dao Jun, Jian Wushuang, broke through to the 40th floor. Even Wan Yan, who was very calm at the beginning, was also very excited. He knew that Jian Wushuang had the strength to reach the 40 level, but he didn't know it after the 40 level. He only reached the 53rd floor, and Jian Wushuang had now reached the 55th floor, and each time it would drag on for a year before passing. Everyone has discovered this law. Even the old man guarding this place has been paying attention to Jian Wushuang. Now Jian Wushuang's fame has completely started. Even many inheritors believe that Jian Wushuang was not taken away by others, but was brought into a special inheritor by the true spirit. Now that he has left the customs, his strength has reached an incredible level. Dao Jun has the power of a 6th-order emperor. It makes them dare not think so. Jian Wushuang, ranked first, changed again, and broke through the 41st floor. It's still a year, someone exclaimed. They are all about to collapse. Every time Jian Wushuang broke through on time after a year, what happened inside? Some people speculate that Jian Wushuang has a special treasure that can be cleared at will. Some people even went to the senior officials of the Yuan Lao Palace to report, but the result was that there was no change in the North Tower, and Jian Wushuang's strength was too strong. The news that Jian Wushuang broke through the 41st floor was spread again. This time Qing Lao Dao, one of the 3 masters of the Senate Palace, came in person. He is faintly ranked first in the 3 major palace masters, and is the pinnacle of power in the palace of the elders. Many people saw it, and they all hurriedly stepped forward to see you. Whether it is the inheritor or the native emperor of the 4 secret realms, he respects this kind-faced old way very much. Wu's was figure. I don't know when he came here. He deliberately covered his breath. Only Qing Lao Dao spotted his figure. Brother Wuzhua, I heard that Jian Wushuang has something to do with you. Daoist Qingyo said, unintentionally. If this is the case, he will have to invest in advance. Jian Wushuang has such potential. He must be a big figure in the temple of Qixin in the future. Hold his thigh. He must advance. Wu's didn't care about it. He knew what the other party was thinking, but he sneered in his heart. Only he can get on the ship that can get Jian Wushuang, and the rest of them don't even think about it. Once that plan is carried out, these people will go after Jian Wushuang. It's no use going to please now. When the time comes, True Spirit will cooperate with the plan and directly order them to chase Jian Wushuang, and these people may fall into trouble. After the plan was completed, Jian Wushuang would naturally not have a good impression of these people. On the contrary, he had participated in the plan and won Jian Wushuang in advance. In the future, Jian Wushuang will reach the top and only remember his goodness. Palace Master, I have only met Jian Wushuang on several fronts, and we are not familiar with each other. Wuzhua replied. Daoist Qingyo was taken aback for a moment. He knew Wuzhua very well. Before entering the temple of Qixin, he heard that he was very arrogant, and he was obedient and subdued when the true spirit was restrained. He had been holding Zenling's thighs all the time, but now he was dizzy and took the initiative to leave Jian Wushuang aside. There must be some conspiracy. Do you want me to take the initiative to dispel this idea? Old Green Bull said inwardly, and then leaked a strange smile, and said, Jian Wushuang's talents must be someone who is optimistic about Master True Spirit. After he comes out, the Yuan Lao Palace, must state that if the rest of the people disagree, I can do it alone. After Wuzhua heard it, he cursed secretly, and Qingyo had finished saying any good things. Obviously, the other party didn't believe that he had no special relationship with Jian Wushuang. This is for him to speak to Jian Wushuang. Unfortunately, is not so stupid anymore. Will not be calculated by these old guys. Treasure is a fart. How many treasures can these old guys produce? But he smashed his worth to Jian Wushuang. Do these people have this courage? Brother Qingyo, you should bring these words to Jian Wushuang by yourself. After Wuzhua finished speaking, he dashed away and left. He doesn't have a good impression of these palace masters now. He was allowed to do good and bad things, and in the end, he didn't get anything, but every time he was scolded, he had to be pushed out. The Emperor Lu Hua, who had a life and death relationship with him, helped him become the palace lord with the help of words, and now there is no news. Chapter 55:07. No one can rely on it. Still have to rely on Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang gets up, he will get better. The true spirit is always the true spirit, and there is always an old day. Once a suitable heir appears, the true spirit will have to abdicate. At that time, Jian Wushuang said it all alone. He didn't want to do it. The Senate Palace, the 4 major temples, are all his. Wuzhua dreamed of the spring and autumn period, and went directly to the origin sea of the Temple of Qixin. Master True Spirit, Jian Wushuang has broken through again, and now he has the power of a 6th-order emperor. Wuzhua came this time, and specifically boasted Jian Wushuang. Zhenling blinked his eyes, knowing Wu's careful thoughts, and then thinking about leaking a wicked smile, he said, if this is the case, then you have to be rewarded. But recently, you also know that the treasures are all in Zhu-Yi. I want to mobilize it, which is not easy to handle. So, this time you will give it to Jian Wushuang on your behalf, and you will give it to you later. To make up, it is a matter of giving more and giving less. Anyway, the future of Qixin Temple is 90% possible, and it is all his. Zhenling dug another big hole for Wuzhua. As for whether Jian Wushuang was the successor, he already had the answer in his mind. The Lord of all things is most suitable for Jian Wushuang, and the position of the 3 major gods can be determined. As for the successor of the gods, everything is possible without chaos. But it will never be Jian Wushuang. Originally, according to his intention, let alone the position of the Divine Lord. Even the inheritance of the Lord of the universe would not give Jian Wushuang, but now it seems that the evil aura on Jian Wushuang's body has dissipated, but it is possible to arrange a Divine Lord's position. This is also worthy of Jian Wushuang's potential. He has other plans for the position of Qixin. For now, no matter whether it is the inheritors of Shang, Huiqing, and Jian Wushuang, or the inheritors of special origin, they are not under his consideration. Those who can inherit the gods must have a clean foundation. He was afraid that the predicted person would inherit the position of Qixin, and when the time comes, he would take the temple of Qixin to die. Jian Wushuang was probably the one. Hayu Huiqing, he was optimistic about Huiqing at first, but later discovered that Huiqing's timeline had changed, and the future had also changed, so he didn't dare to press on Huiqing again. In the Tomb Mountain, there are still several practitioners who have reached the ultimate path to consummation, each of which is not obvious, but the strength is extremely strong, and the Taoist can be comparable to the Fifth Order Emperor. He can look at the timeline of these people at will, and he is more optimistic about these people. If there are any changes in the future, these talents can be trusted. There are people behind Jian Wushuang who have cultivated Jian Wushuang as an heir, but in the end, he was picked off by others. Isn't he a pawn? Really is not stupid. So Wuzhou has always been simple. Wuzhou hesitated. Most of his treasures were given to Jian Wushuang, and the remaining half, most of them were treasures he used, and there were no extra treasures, so he gave Jian Wushuang again. If he invests again, he has to sell his treasure. But True Spirit said that the future Qixin temple will be Jian Wushuang, and there is still a 90% chance, which is 20% higher than when he told him last time. He gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. If it didn't work, he took advantage of Jian Wushuang's time in the North Watch Tower to make a fortune in the Boundary. It's messy there, and the temple itself is too busy and doesn't care about him at all. But it shouldn't be too shabby. Jian Wushuang hasn't been in harmony now, so he must be the treasure of harmony in need, so he will look for it according to this standard. If there was no land boundary, he took the treasure to find Zhu Yichang. Thinking of this, Wuzhou didn't dare to delay any longer, and quickly retreated, letting True Spirit teleport him to the realm directly. The key is that no matter how many treasures he produces, the True Spirit will eventually compensate him. He is considered to be fame and fortune. Even if he sells his own treasure, he can find the True Spirit to have a more powerful treasure at that time. No matter how he counts, he doesn't lose. Looking at Wuzhou, he muttered to himself, "How did I accept such a stupid apprentice in the first place?" Zhan Ling shook his head, not thinking about it anymore. The three major gods, the inheritance of Huang, and all things have a fixed number. And there is another one who originally planned to give Huiqing, but since Huiqing went to the realm, he became more and more unable to see the other party. So he dispelled this idea. On Jian Wushuang's side, he at least knew some details, but now Huiqing's timeline was blurred, and he couldn't see clearly. And before Fuigo recovered, he felt a sense of threat, which came from Huiqing's side, and he felt that something was wrong. Now he felt that the idea was more and more serious, and it exceeded the threat that Fuigo gave him. This time the plan was successful. After Fuigo was eliminated, he had to replan Huiqing. Get rid of. It's a pity, but if Huiqing is not eliminated, he won't get peace for a day. Everything that was in his control has become very bad now. In a small universe, there are so many people who are against the sky. I thought it was because the original universe was afraid of the god that he did not hesitate to overdraft his origin to create so many powerful practitioners. Now, this reason is somewhat unjustifiable. After all, Huiqing must be blamed for all this. When the Three Kings Court was opened, one of the major benefits was to make Huiqing successful. In this way, An emperor who fulfills the ultimate path can be guaranteed. But now that he was cultivated, it made him more and more frightened. Instead, get rid of it. Originally thought that he had made a profit, but he didn't expect that he would be the one who lost the most in the end. Where did the real spirit continue to hold the chess piece, lost in thought? However, there was a great chaos in the realm. There was originally a lunatic Broly, but recently there was a shameless and extremely strong man who specially robbed the Sixth Order Emperor. Even the Fifth Order Emperor went to grab it from behind. This also caused many forces to quickly take refuge in the temple and were blessed. This time, Wuzwa had done a good job for the temple. The temple naturally didn't care about it, just showed Wuzwa's name and dharma. As a result, all the emperors in the realm were scolding Wuzwa shamelessly. Even the Fifth Order Emperor didn't let it go. Wuzwa didn't care about it. Anyway, he is full of goods. At the same time, he also received good news from Jian Wushuang. Now, one piece has broken through to the 43rd floor. In the North Tower, this time Jian Wushuang was not so easy to suppress the messenger of all things, so he could only fight hard. Senior, give me a chance. I don't want to torture you all the time, but I have my own difficulties. Jian Wushuang explained where he stood, but the messenger of all things did not listen at all. Now that the messenger of all things has a tier 6 top combat power, Jian Wushuang is not an opponent at all. Give you a chance? Have you ever given me a chance to speak? The messenger of all things sneered. Jian Wushuang sighed and said, Then you will be offended. Chapter 5508. His current strength is indeed inferior to the opponent, but he has a way to trap the opponent all the time. And then he has been studying here. But in this way, he completely offended the other party to death. Although you can't beat the opponent, it's easy to get trapped. He now found that the force of life was somewhat resistant to killing, but it could integrate life and the killing of swordsmanship, can enhance his actual combat power. The 9th level of Kendo was unable to break through for a long time, but it had a rudimentary form in the genius, life and killing. He now wants to create a stronger to enhance his combat power. Otherwise, it is to use a handful of treasures as a fire stick. Just use it on the blade. Jian Wushuang still understands this truth. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on a rock in a river, and from time to time some evolutionary fish swam by. As soon as he thought, the golden sword also turned into a fish, circling around him. What's wrong? Jian Wushuang frowned. Life is the opposite of killing and cutting, and merging into a kind of jerk will give birth to a huge power. The more the opposite forces merge, the greater the effect. Maybe he could take advantage of this opportunity to make a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Cultivate both of the original Tao to consummation, and then you will be able to join the Tao. But things were not as simple as he thought. The fusion of the two forces, that violent force directly shook him out of his internal injuries, and the origin was torn apart. A mouthful of golden blood came out, and Jian Wushuang stopped. No, Ji Dao originally reached the 9th floor. The gap between Kendo and Ji Dao is a bit big. This is the opposite. If you want to merge, you must find a balance. Now, the gap is a bit too much. Jian Wushuang shook his head and finally gave up. Call. He recovered his breath, ready to fight the messenger of all things. It is not his nature to quit. Even if he loses, he still has to try. Wow. The universe began to spread, releasing the suppressed messenger of all things. The messenger of all things inside moved his wrist and said angrily, Boy, you really annoy me. I won't let you lose so fast. Really? Jian Wushuang said calmly. He really didn't believe it. What about the 6th Order top emperor? It's not that he is trapped by his universe. The universe with the power of life is not dead, but alive. Jian Wushuang could feel that breath and could move. Die to me. The messenger of all things, as soon as he came, hid a ruthless hand, saying that he would not let Jian Wushuang lose so fast, but he did not take any measure. He had already thought about it, either to be beaten to death by Jian Wushuang or to kill Jian Wushuang, and let the other party go out quickly. 6 sharp scimitars cut open the sky. Jian Wushuang controlled the Nian universe, trying to suppress the opponent's strength, but when he encountered that knife, his heart was still shocked, too strong. That fierce breath was much stronger than his swordsmanship, and it was not a level opponent at all. Come out, Jian Wushuang pointed out, and Jueyun's sword blasted out loudly behind him. This was the first time that Jueyun's sword was used, and it contained the aura of Jueyun Great Emperor. That aura of fierceness was stronger than the messenger of all things. You actually have this sword. The envoy of all things was also startled. The shadow left by that Emperor Jueyun at the beginning was not much weaker than Jian Wushuang. Jian Wuming was also very surprised. Once the power in the Jueyun sword was triggered, it was even stronger than his own kendo. Unexpectedly, just with the aura of the great Emperor Jueyun, it could be strong to this extent. With a sword, it directly broke the first sharp knife. But for the second one, he couldn't help it. Jian Wushuang could only tell the truth, relying on the beasts and gods to resist. This punch represents life. Jian Wushuang threw a punch. It was a punch accompanied by the power of life. He also broke the second sharp knife. 2 of the 6 sharp knives broke. He has no more means to get on the table. One thought of the universe can weaken the other party and improve himself, but it also has a limit. Facing the subsequent sharp knife attack, Jian Wushuang directly burned the source. Those strong men who have left the North Watchtower will go to the Finyang Island Valley to heal their injuries, because when they come to the North Watchtower to challenge, they will burn their origins. Under normal circumstances, the source is burned only when desperately. No one is going to burn their own origin or divine body as a last resort, but because of the treasure land on Finyang Island, the origin and divine body can be quickly restored, directly causing a wave of burning origin and divine body. Of course, it is not burning everywhere, and it needs to be returned at the same price. The points you get in the North Watch Tower, and the number of times you have learned the origin of all things are very precious. If you don't break through once, even if you have cultivated to the Lord of the universe, you will have at most dozens of enlightenment qualifications. Of course, the Lord of the universe can't pull it so far, and it can't break through once. But the qualifications of some strong people are okay in the outside world, and they can even be said to be Tianjiao, but in the Palace of the Elders, who is not a Tianjiao. If you want to be stronger, you have to pay a price. Burning the origin to pursue breakthroughs, this is the price. When you get the chance to enlighten, go to enlighten. Points are used to exchange tokens and the power of everything. These 2 things can be exchanged for points. 1 token with 100 points can be used 10 times. 10 times it will be broken. Some people got stuck on the first floor, tried countless times, and succeeded, finally making it impossible to enter the North Tower. These people will find other people to buy tokens. Sometimes a token is fired at a sky-high price, and 1 token can sell hundreds of billions of sacred stones. And the power of all things is a wisp of 100 points. The origin of the entire universe has the ability to regenerate and is not afraid of being exchanged by others. Jian Wushuang glanced at his own points. This time I am afraid that the Beiwang Tower will go bankrupt. The strength of this layer is too strong. He is not an opponent at all. After burning the source, he broke another sharp knife in front of him, and he was powerless with the 3 sharp knives behind. It directly pierced his body, and the divine body shattered suddenly. With the power of life, He was able to restore the divine body and origin in an instant, but the sharp aura contained in the sharp knife didn't even leave him a blink of an eye, and directly killed him. Call. I still lost. Jian Wushuang didn't regret anything, just felt this kind of despair, even more desperate than others said. If he wants to defeat the opponent, he must at least reach the 9th level in Kendo and then create his own pinnacle, the way to improve. There is no need to stay in the North Tower like others. In fact, with this perseverance, it is better to go to Moyne Mountain to try. The origin of all things is indeed very powerful, but it can only be understood for one day at a time, and the time is too short. Little help to others. However, Jian Wushuang's number of times was a bit too much, so many that he could comprehend for hundreds of millions of years, and he could not use it up. And there are points. I don't know if he can buy the whole source of everything with these points. Now that the rules have been established, the true spirit should not be shameless. End of this chapter. Chapter 55:09. Jian Wushuang is a bit tangled now. If he used his points to redeem the origin of everything, he might be able to buy this North Watchtower. But after buying the North Tower, his number of enlightenments disappeared. This is a bit of a loss. Jian Wushuang thought about it, preparing to find a compromise to see if he could discount the number of insights. But he really thinks too much about this. He couldn't count the number of times, but the emperor guarding here could be counted more. The upper tier of the Senate Palace is now in discussions. It depends on who is asked to report to the real spirit, or simply not report. That is the North Tower, a Cosmos Peak treasure, and there is a complete source of everything, which is very rare. Although this kind of treasure cannot be privately owned, the number of sacred stones and treasures collected from the North Watchtower every year can be said to be countless, such a cornucopia. How could they give Jian Wushuang? Even if they agree, I am afraid that true spirit is not willing. I think we should discuss this matter with Jian Wushuang first, so that he understands our difficulties. Emperor Lu Hua made a suggestion. He didn't want to offend Jian Wushuang, let alone lose this cornucopia. Although Taoist Qingniu was also very optimistic about Jian Wushuang, he chose the latter compared to his own interests. Benefits are above all else. Thanks, Tusk. Lu Hua. Speaking of Jian Wushuang, it seems that he still belongs to your faction. I think it is appropriate for you to say it. Chang Feng, Sword God, sneered. He had no idea about Jian Wushuang at first, only felt that he was a heaven-defying Taoist monarch, not to the point where he insisted on wooing him. But from the performance of Jian Wushuang in the North Watchtower, he had to bow his head to draw in, and the relationship between Jian Wushuang and Wu Zhuo was very delicate. This has always made him feel a step slower. And now it seems that he can take this opportunity to let Lu Hua go to Jian Wushuang to talk, not only not guilty, but also making Lu Hua villain. Qing Niu's eyes turned, and he also understood the meaning of Chang Feng. Both of them were silent, waiting for Lu Hua to agree. Emperor Lu Hua never expected that at this time. He still thought of putting him together. It had a good relationship with Jian Wushuang. It was Wu Zhuo, not him. Don't worry about this matter. My brother Wu Zhuo is in the boundary, and we will discuss it together when he comes back. Emperor Lu Hua raised this problem to Wu Zhuo again. Now, Wu Zhuo is not there, and I can't refute it. Qing Niu said indifferently, Brother Lu Hua, I can't wait for this matter. Yes, Jian Wushuang's improvement is very fast. There are a lot of treasures needed. So, I can't keep dragging it. From now on, let the temple know and think that our Senator Palace is nothing to say. Chang Feng, Sword God, also added to the flames. Lu Hua was very embarrassed. He wanted to raise the table and fight with the two. If you want to talk, go talk. If he insisted on pulling him into the water and pressing him into a hurry, he agreed to give Jian Wushuang the complete origin of everything. When the time comes, there will be a shell left in the North Watch Tower to see how they explain to the true spirits this matter. They really dare not go to Zhenling to report. No one can let the true spirit go back. They have seen the means of the true spirit at that time. This problem will be kicked to the real spirit. If the real spirit can't wipe it away, I'm afraid they will be able to tear down the palace of the old men. Don't forget, this patriarch's palace was built by the real spirit. Isn't it just the bad treasures? Even if the Taoist is in great demand, it's a big deal to go there. I think I will take out some treasures to Jian Wushuang first, and when Wuzhua returns, we will let Wuzhua Hall Master talk to Jian Wushuang. Said firmly, he didn't even mean to find Jian Wushuang by himself. Seeing this, Qingniu and Changfeng couldn't say anything more. I've been thinking a little bit recently. I'm afraid it'll be in a retreat for a while. Brother Lu will take care of these things. Qingniu slowly got up and left directly. The meaning in the words is obviously to hide. Changfeng, sword god, also frowned. He originally wanted to use this excuse, but he didn't expect to be snatched by Qingniu. By the way, there is a batch of rough rocks that need to be transported in the mines of the far north. Since Brother Wuzhua is not here, I have to take a trip personally. Changfeng took the opportunity, found an excuse, and ran away. Only Emperor Lu Hua sits in the first place, and he doesn't know what to do for a while. It's small, the structure is small, it's embarrassing to use it. Emperor Lu Hua has already seen the methods of these two people. Really think you can be fooled by hiding? Thinking is too simple. Jian Wushuang is not a fool. Jian Wushuang at this time had just left the North Tower. In the hall, many people were waiting for Jian Wushuang to appear. After seeing Jian Wushuang being teleported out, many people looked enviously. But among these people, few had friendships with Jian Wushuang at all. Brother Wushuang, it's been a long time since we saw each other. You will give us a big surprise as soon as we meet. A well-dressed female emperor walked out and greeted Jian Wushuang on the initiative. Jian Wushuang glanced intently and recognized the person in front of him. There was no arrogance in him, and he said calmly, "It's a bit abrupt, fellow Lung Shuang." The visitor is the Lung Shuang Daojun, who has seen several times in Jiajiu Primitive Star, but now the opponent is already Lung Shuang Emperor, and he is also a Tier 4 Peak Emperor. At the beginning, her potential was much stronger than tearing the sky, but the potential is nothing more than potential after all. It takes a lot of opportunity and courage to transform into strength. Obviously, she is inferior in this respect. After chatting with a few acquaintances, Jian Wushuang followed Dong Sheng and Wan Yan to leave here. Go to my cave mansion today. I happen to have some strange treasures. Jian Wushuang was in a good mood. He really has a lot of treasures in Wuzhua, some exotic flowers and fruits, as well as wine from the Wuzhua collection. This time he rushed to the North Tower, and his receipt was indeed very large. Leaving aside the original rewards, let's just say that he has made a major breakthrough on the extreme path and mastered the power of life, which is more important than anything else. Origin of the universe, foreign objects. After he became the Lord of the universe, he still cared about this. Of course, he will still want what he deserves. This time the points is enough for him to redeem the complete origin of everything. On Fenyang Island, we celebrated with Dongsheng and Wan Yan and then sent them out of the valley. He has the power of life. In fact, he can help them recover, but the power of life is his whole card, and he will not leak it easily. Unless everyone knows, he will help his friends to restore the divine body and origin. This is much faster than recovery in this valley. The original origin of all things can quickly restore the divine body and origin, let alone the power of life today. Brother Wushuang, don't give it away. Go and take care of you. Wan Yin smiled. Dong Sheng also said, "You are a celebrity now. I am afraid that there are many sixth-order emperors who are willing to make friends with you. But don't forget the two of us. You will develop in the future. You can take care of us one or two." End of this chapter. Chapter 55:10. Definitely. Jian Wushuang said loudly. After seeing these two off, Jian Wushuang's eyes faded. Go directly to the other core of Yuanyang Lake. He went first to the residence of Palace Master Lu Hua, which he was more familiar with. He is not familiar with the other two palace masters either. When he first came out, the first person he saw was Emperor Lu Hua, and he was familiar with him. Exchange the origin of everything. That's a big deal. The emperor who guarded the North Watch Tower directly asked him to find the palace lord. He could not be the master alone. Jian Wushuang also knew in his heart that the complete origin of all things, but the core of the North Watch Tower, really made him exchange it. And I am afraid that the watchtower is gone. Or rebuild a complete universe and send it to the North Tower. He galloped all the way without any concealment on his breath. When he arrived at the island where Emperor Lu Hua was located, the other party was already waiting for him outside. Ha! Jian Wushuang, I thought you would come to me when you left the North Tower. I didn't expect you to have free time to meet friends. Lu Wadijin smiled, but the bottom of my heart is surprised. Jian Wushuang gave him a special feeling, far from the average Tier 6 combat power. That's it for Dao Jun. After the success of the combination, I am afraid that he will be the Sixth Order Emperor directly. It will not take long to catch up with him and become the pinnacle powerhouse among the best. This kind of character really can't be offended at will. Jian Wushuang respectfully worships and sees you without much words. Now he is here to exchange the treasures. He can't say too much. He has to be calm. Emperor Lu Hua made a gesture of invitation, and the two entered the hall. The more polite the other party is, the more frustrated his heart is. The last time he said a complete cosmic origin, he didn't get it. In the final analysis, he violated the rules, and it doesn't matter if he didn't get it, but this time he definitely can't let it go easily. This time, he actually broke through the 43rd floor. The other party has no reason not to give it to him. Unless it's a private pocket. If that's the case, he will take this matter to the real soul. Anyway, Zhan Ling still asks for him. In order to catch Fuigo's rebellious party, he is going to be a bait this time. What can I do if I don't have some treasures on my body? At least life-saving treasures. No less. If he could swallow a source of all things, let alone ascend to the sky in one step, his vitality might be greatly improved. Never compromise easily. After entering the hall, Emperor Lu Hua directly sat opposite Jian Wushuang. This was to be treated equally. Jian Wushuang, you are a blockbuster this time. Now your name is being circulated throughout the Yuan Palace. It won't be long before the people of the 4 secret realms will know you. Emperor Lu Hua still didn't talk about the business, and first praised it. This is not a flattery. A Taoist monarch has the power of a 6th Order emperor, and he can still break through the 43rd floor in the North Tower. If this is against those ordinary 6th Order emperors in the 4 great secret realms, they can all be suppressed. After all, some 6th Order emperors in the 4 great secret realms are very weak, and Jian Wushuang really has the strength to break the wrist with the opponent. Jian Wushuang smiled without humility and went directly to the topic. Palace Master, this time I came to see how many points I can exchange for the origin of everything. With that, he took out the token and pushed it to Emperor Lu Hua. You can't stop it. You have to face it sooner or later. These days, Emperor Lu Hua has also considered it clearly, since he didn't want to offend and didn't want to let go. He simply raised it directly to the bright side to see how Jian Wushuang wanted to solve it. Of course, he would attribute all this to Changfeng, and Qingniu precisely picked up the token, checked it, and then took a breath of air conditioning and said, "To be honest, the points here are enough to redeem all the origins of all things in the North Tower." Just, Emperor Lu Hua was embarrassed. Jian Wushuang knew what he was going to say. It's nothing more than for the sake of the overall situation. A Taoist prince monopolizes a complete source of everything, which is too wasteful. It is better to wait for your strength to become stronger and then give you these words. If Jian Wushuang waited, if he had to wait for him to be strong, he would never be strong. Although he is talented, he is not guarded against the sky. He does not need treasure blessings, and he can break through at will. Since entering the temple of Qishan, the reason why his strength has been able to improve so quickly, there are 3 stages. The first stage is because of Qiu Huangqing on the original star. At that time, his strength began to advance by leaps and bounds, from Daojun to rivaling the emperor. The second stage is the 10 exercises of his physical body, directly taking off. The emperor, who can be compared to the second-tier pinnacle, after being looted by the White King, he once again improved a lot, and was able to kill the third-order emperor in an instant. The last stage is when he enters the ruins of the West Sea. In the court of the 3 kings, his strength has been promoted, copying the change road ladder, and re-experiencing everything that has changed. Then he fought with the first true king. His divine body reached 50,000 times, comparable to the 6th rank. At the beginning, he was able to reach the level of a 6th-order emperor because of the divine body. Now, not only is the divine body comparable to the 6th-order emperor, but even the origin has reached this level, and now he has truly reached the level of the 6th-order combat power. It is not his potential or perseverance that he can go to today, but he has great opportunities and treasures. If the refining of the physical body had not been supported by Lord Shan and had swallowed the origin of the universe, he would have no hope of reaching consummation at all. In the realm, he wouldn't be where he is today without the chance of the 3 kings' court. Treasures are really important. Law and wealth are indispensable. The law represents a fascinating knowledge, and he can create it by himself now. And he does not need any cosmic inheritance or cosmic secret law. There is absolutely no shortage of money. He did not forget the embarrassment of the previous day. Emperor Lu Hua saw Jian Wushuang's persistence, and he didn't feel embarrassed to say it when the words came to his lips. In the end, it can only be changed temporarily. And he said, "The origin of all things is really related, but 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. We are also very happy if you can do it. Presumably the Lord, true spirit, is even more happy. Yu Tianjiao, we are all worthy of pride. You can rest assured of the origin of everything. And when the other 2 palace masters come back, I will definitely support you. Then thank you, Palace Master." He also plans to be able to get the origin of all things directly today, but there must be a definite time. "Palace Master Lu Hua, I have just broken through the realm now, and I need a lot of treasures, please understand." The other party gives him a lot of face, and he will also give him face. As long as you don't say anything fake and empty. In the future, the temple of the gods will be him, and he is really going to offend him, and he will not give the other side a good face. Lu Hua also knew what it meant, and immediately took out a mustard seed and handed it to Jian Wushuang. Chapter 55:11. I don't care if I lack any treasures. Although this Senate palace is not my sole responsibility, I can personally sponsor you. Based on your relationship with Wuzhua, we are all our own. Don't be polite to me. Jian Wushuang was also unambiguous, so he took it down and glanced at it with thought strength, very satisfied. The treasures inside are worth at least 100,000 square cosmos crystals, and the other party has really lost the money. Thank you, Palace Master, for the origin of everything. It's better to enchant within 10,000 years. Jian Wushuang released a deadline for the last time. Before the plan was implemented, if he couldn't get the origin of everything, he went to Wuzhua. Wuzhua has a way to contact Zhenling. Of course, doing that will tear your face apart, and in the end it won't look good to anyone. It is not necessary to be able to resolve it steadily. Jian Wushuang took the treasure, temporarily stabilizing it. Lu Hua also breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Jian Wushuangjiu would die. Humph, these idiots. I see how long you can hide. After sending Jian Wushuang away, Emperor Lu Hua's expression became cold. He began to say that he supported Jian Wushuang. It was not a lie. But after seeing Jian Wushuang, he really supported Jian Wushuang in his heart. The future successor to the Temple of Qishuang might be Jian Wushuang. The immediate benefits, although great, but it's not too big. Don't forget, all of this is given to them by the true spirit. Everything depends on the meaning of the true spirit, like Qingniu and Changfeng, neither wanting to let go nor wanting to offend Jian Wushuang, is simply the most stupid way. In the end, maybe even the treasure could not be kept, and he offended Jian Wushuang again. Fortunately, he was more fickle. After seeing Jian Wushuang again, he found that the situation was not right and made a clear choice directly. Pushing him out this time to talk to Jian Wuduan was actually quite good. Let him take this opportunity to show his favor to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, you have to hurry up. Emperor Lu Hua looked forward to the success of Jian Wushuang. His status would definitely rise. At that time, it will not be able to stop outsiders. Jian Wushuang returned directly to Yuanyang Island. Since it is not yet possible to get the origin of all things, come here for enlightenment first. Just a few days after leaving, he reappeared. This surprised many people. He won't break through again, right? Some gazes leaking shocked staring at Jian Wushuang. There are also some sixth-order emperors who can slightly see the aura on Jian Wushuang's body and talk. Probably not. His aura does not seem to have changed in any way. This is the Tao sovereign against the heavens. How can I wait to guess? Let's go in honestly. Jian Wushuang directly found the emperor guarding this place and asked, "Senior, I want to understand the origin of everything." The emperor guarding this place is a sixth-order emperor, and his strength is not average. I used to have nothing to look at, but after seeing Jian Wushuang, he immediately leaked a gentle smile and quickly got up and said, "Give me the token. I have received the order from Palace Master Lu Hua. From now on, you can feel free to enlighten it. No need to find me." "Thank you so much." Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Palace Master Lu Hua would be too polite. Although he has countless opportunities for enlightenment, even the origin of everything belongs to him. But you don't have to do this. Just come to enlighten it casually. It seems that within 10,000 years, he really hopes to take away the origin of everything. Let's enlighten it now. And when he gets it, he can go directly to swallow it. After getting the token back, Jian Wushuang stepped into the teleportation formation. After a while, when he reappeared, he had already arrived in a hall. The hall is huge, more like a cave in the sky, a magnificent source of all things wandering in the wind. Originally, Jian Wushuang would feel that facing the source of the universe, he would be more or less suppressed. But when he faced the origin of everything, he had a gentle feeling. There is some overlap between the origin of everything and the life force in his body, but the degree of overlap is not too high. Jian Wushuang slowly stepped forward, trying to reach out to touch it, but found that after the physical body touched all things, it directly merged with the origin of all things. This origin, he was a little shocked. Fusion of everything. No wonder he will be expected to break through. I am afraid that there is a great connection with the origin of all things. He tried to infiltrate the life force in his body and was also swallowed. This, Jian Wushuang, was a little surprised at first, but then it was discovered that after the origin of all things merged with the life force, some changes had actually taken place. He holds the power of life and is very sensitive to life. He found a breath of life in the origin of all things. Is there life here? Jian Wushuang quickly backed away, and the being who lived in it seemed not to be weak. Too weird. He didn't dare to step forward to comprehend the mystery. The life here seems to long for the power of life in his body. It shouldn't be. Jian Wushuang was very surprised. He then thought that this place was arranged by the true spirit. The true spirit controls the Qixin temple and has the power of the Lord of the universe. How could he not discover that life is conceived in the origin of everything? In other words, the true spirit knows, and the true spirit put it into it. If this is the case, then the origin of all things is probably going to fly away from his mouth. No, I have to go in and take a look. This source of everything, but the thing in his bag on the side of the couch can't let others sleep soundly. Jian Wushuang blew out in one breath, and a Dharma body appeared, directly entering the origin of all things. There is no vitality in the body, but the power of all things. The two are the same. Even if he enters it, he is not rejected. Jian Wushuang's deity was sitting very close to the teleportation formation, and if something happened, he could escape immediately. After the clone entered the interior, it was discovered that the interior of the origin of the universe was actually a rudimentary cosmic space. The true meaning of time is already contained in this space. It's just that the origin of time is not condensed. Thousands together gather all things to form the universe, and then condense time, and finally produce life. And this universe is transformed by the origin of everything, so the space is very stable. This is the perfection of the space. Jian Wushuang was surprised at what he saw. His space, if only so perfect. It's just that when that day is reached, I'm afraid there will still be a long way to go. He is almost finished walking the path of the Taoist now. It's just a shortcoming of ultimate kendo. Jian Wushuang didn't stop and walked directly toward that stream of life. He wanted to see what kind of life was bred inside. Even his life force will be plundered. The space of the universe is not big. Jian Wushuang reached the deepest point in a flash. That is a secret realm. This cosmic space can nurture secrets, indicating that his master was once very powerful. Only when there is a breakthrough in time can the black hole evolve into a secret world. Chapter 55:12. There is everything that the black hole has plundered, which is why so many powerful people have poured into the secret realm of the universe one after another. Jian Wushuang was standing above the secret realm at this time, and the breath of life was getting closer. What is hidden? He was already a little impatient. Anyway, it was a clone, there was nothing to be afraid of, so he plunged straight into it. After entering the secret realm, he discovered that the space and time here are more stable. Space is perfect, time is Mahayana, and there is life. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank suddenly. He has a general understanding of the level of life. His current life force can be used on himself at best, but this place can give birth to life. What does this mean? Life is bred from the origin of a master of the universe, which is probably a way out of a special way like him, unprecedented. This kind of origin is singular, that is, in a realm that shouldn't exist, It surpasses those strong who follow the prescribed line. Although Jian Wushuang didn't know much about the realm of the Lord of the Universe, he also had some knowledge of this after seeing so many sources of the universe. In the origin of the ordinary universe, the true meaning of time can come, even if it is a strong one among the masters of the universe. Within the origin of all things, there is the true meaning of time, which proves that the original Lord of all things is already the pinnacle of the universe. But in his secret realm, there is no hole in the sky. Not only the perfection of the space is as simple as that. The true meaning of time and the steady flow of time can give birth to life. This is an exaggeration, has exceeded the rules of the Lord of the universe. Jian Wushuang swallowed. And he was the same, a Taoist monarch, not only the space Mahayana, but also bypassing the true meaning of time and mastering the power of life. Although the current life force is still very weak and cannot be blessed into the source at all, once his spatial source is recognized by the true meaning of time, he can directly infiltrate the life force into it. At that time, he can be promoted, directly surpassing the masters of the universe who follow the steps. Jian Wushuang's hands were trembling, and seeing the sight here gave him sufficient preparation for his future, and he had a very complete route. This trip didn't come in vain. The origin of everything, the North Tower, it is really a blessing for him. He is now more and more eager to get this complete source of everything. I want to see what has been nurtured. Jian Wushuang raised his hands and set off the natural rules laid out here. The power of the rules of the universe conceals the truth here. If he hadn't mastered the power of life, he wouldn't have discovered that there was life gestating here. Without the power of all things, it is impossible to enter it. The two are the same. He can't come in. The power of the rules dissipated, and Jian Wushuang's eyes peeked into it. With just a glance, a cold sweat appeared on his back, and the life contained in it made him tremble. Go! Jian Wushuang didn't even hesitate at all, and directly dissipated the clone, and the deity entered the teleportation formation at the first moment. Call! Jian Wushuang relaxed after seeing the figure walking around. The emperor and powerful man sitting here was a little surprised. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to come out so quickly. The flow of time inside was the same as the outside world, and it hadn't been a day since Jian Wushuang entered. You must know that every opportunity for enlightenment is only one day, and it is too late for others to grasp it. I am afraid that Jian Wushuang will not care. After all, the more points are that you have to find the origin of everything you buy. His Royal Highness Jian Wushuang. It's not ordinary to have completed the comprehension so quickly. The black robe old man flattered, and then leaked a smile. Jian Wushuang now is like a bird of fright. He didn't want to stay here for a moment, nodded, and left directly. After leaving the North Tower, he went straight to Moyne Mountain. After arriving at Moyne Mountain, head straight to the demon suppression space on the top of the mountain. Now that Wuzhua is not there, he can only come to the magic sound general. The figure of the demon sound god general was still sitting cross-legged in the demon suppression space, and Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief when he arrived here. Master God, I want to see the true spirit. Jian Wushuang said the reason without hesitation. The magic sound will be very surprised, and said, but for the origin of all things? Yes, this matter is very important. Jian Wushuang's eyes were firm. Once the conceived life is successfully conceived, I am afraid it will be difficult to resist with the current temple of Qishan. Moreover, the power exuded by the other party was too strong, surpassing all the strong men he had seen. Stronger than the most powerful. Even the most powerful person among the ultimate emperors, like Demon Sound God General, it is not that terrifying. Mayan God General was a bit embarrassed here. He also heard Dong Sheng and Wanyan talk about Jian Wushuang, but he didn't think Jian Wushuang could get the origin of everything. The origin of all things is very important to the North Watchtower. It is the pinnacle of the universe. It was the treasure of fame in the hands of the Lord of all things, and its power can rival the 9 great beasts. He still thought that Jian Wushuang was looking for him to ask for the origin of everything, and he was a little reluctant in his heart. Even if he transmits the sound to the real spirit, it is estimated that the real spirit will not pay attention to him. What Emperor Lu Hua would have said, "This time let the demon voice God General say it. Jian Wushuang, your current strength is not enough to control the origin of all things. When you are in harmony, everything will come naturally. Don't rush for a while. The magic sound will enlighten." Jian Wushuang was still very firm. He insisted on seeing the true spirit, because the life bred in the origin of all things is a giant egg, and that giant egg is exactly the same as the one that gave birth to the gods. The 3 Kings' Court was destroyed like this at the beginning, and he didn't want to watch the Temple of Qishan turn into the 3 Kings' Court. Now, he is still in the Temple of Qishan, the origin of all things. If he doesn't want it, he has to bring this matter to the true spirit. The shell of the dome has already begun to crack, and it is estimated that the life inside will be gestated soon. By then, everyone will be finished. He didn't know if this was the plan of the gods or Fuego's conspiracy. Anyway, it was very detrimental to the Temple of Qishan. This matter is very important, and he can't say anything before he sees the true spirit. To allow that dome to sneak into the origin of all things, I am afraid that there is an inner ghost in the palace of the elders. Everyone in the Qishan temple had doubts, and he dared not take this risk. Master God, I am not because of the origin of everything, but there are other things that I want to tell Master, True Spirit. Jian Wushuang said politely. The demon sound god General was obviously not convinced, but since Jian Wushuang was so firm, he didn't have as much thought as the palace masters in the Yuanlao Palace, so he directly transmitted the sound to the true spirit. On the real spirit side, he was planning another thing at this time. When he received the news from the demon voice god General, he just glanced at it and ignored it at all. End of this chapter. Chapter 55:13. Because his deity was not in the sea of the universe, but went to the outer hall guarded by the Xuanwu Temple. Little King Ba, I only need 7 messengers of all things, not 700, whether you give it or not. You will knock your head out. Zhengling stared at the small eyes, threatening the palace master Xuani. He is now preparing for the matter of the land boundary. The forest of 10,000 treasuries still left its roots, and now it needs a group of strong men to settle down. Wu Zhuo cooperated with Jian Wushuang to fish for Fuego in the heavens. He was not idle, and wanted to get a group of messengers of all things to completely remove the forest of 10,000 treasures. Palace Master Xian, he kept smiling but didn't let go, and didn't give anything. Master True Spirit, the primordial universe has been unable to shake the Lord for a long time. This messenger is absolutely immobile. I have already given one last time. I have to step up the refinement these days. There is really nothing left to do. Up. In the 10 puppet worlds, except for the first world, the other 9 worlds are all refining messengers of all things. Day and night, since the awakening of the Qishan Temple, especially in this primitive universe, the Lord Xuani dare not relax for a moment, and has been refining the messengers of all things. The true spirit could not leave the Temple of Qishan when there was an accident in the outside world, and it had to rely on these messengers to withstand it. Among the inheritors, the Lord of the universe did not appear, and the Qinglong Palace Lord did not hold office, and the pressure was all on him. The true spirit gritted his teeth and stood up directly from the main position. In this way, you will give me the 7 messengers of all things, and I will give you the North Tower. How about, my lord, don't fool me. Now the entire Qixin temple knows that the inheritor Jian Wushuang has broken through more than 40 floors, and the North Tower is not enough to compensate. The origin of everything, then it is my turn. Xian, although the Lord is not in the 4 secret realms, he still has a lot of eyes and ears, and he knows many things right away when he reads it occasionally. Zhenling patted his head, snorted coldly, turned his head, and left. Not enough manpower. His deity wants to keep the opponent Fuigo and cannot leave easily. Except for Qinglong, the 4 halls can't get away. The key is that Qinglong has been dispatched by him to the secret realm of the human world to observe Huiqing in secret. Just after he returned to the Sea of Origin, he felt a sense of danger again. That feeling came from the heavens. Although not breathable, he can deduct it. It has something to do with Fuigo. True Spirit stood up directly and began to monitor all the movements of the heavens at all times. Inside the palace of the elders, the dome lurking in the origin of everything began to show some cracks. The life in the dome has long-formed consciousness. Naturally also saw Jian Wushuang. Life force. Frosa, you misunderstood me. How can there be a strong man who masters vitality here? The consciousness in the dome was struggling. He was more horrified than Jian Wushuang when he saw him. Gods, the root of the curse in the temple of Qixin. He was suppressed in the first prison. Jiejia, Fumisha, you were fooled. That person's strength is very average. He is called Jian Wushuang, just a Taoist monarch. Don't act rashly. I will arrange Fuigo to capture this person. The gods are very depressed. Fulma's is his chassis. As long as it can be successfully nurtured, it is a master of the universe. Although Fuigo is now recovering, his strength can only be maintained at the lowest level of the Lord of the Universe, and it is difficult to play a role. If he wants to escape from the Temple of Qixin, he has to rely on this Masa. When the 3 kingdoms were destroyed, Fuigo was killed, and he was taken away by the Lord of all things, one of the 3 great gods. However, he also left a hand at that time, and he was guided to the time and space of Mo Luo when the dome that was supposed to have landed in another time and space entered into the origin of the Lord of all things. At the beginning, he kept flicking the Lord of all things, letting the Lord of all things take the massive shepherd, so he took the opportunity to get out of control. As a result, before that day, Mo Luo Shirkong died. In the silence, he spied the truth. It can only be said that Mo Luo Shirkong is too unlucky. In order to survive, he willingly entered the Temple of Qixin, followed the Temple of Qixin, and left that time and space. Now, if I want to go out but can't go out, that true spirit is not deceived by him at all, always thinking of how to destroy him. He can only secretly plan to revive Fuigo. Fuigo was born much earlier than him, and he is also a top powerhouse among the masters of the universe. One person can kill the 3 true kings, but the strength after recovery is still not enough. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang appeared at this moment. Jian Wushuang has the power of all things in his body, that is the power that belongs to them alone. Not only can restore Fuigo's strength, but also can get Fomex out. The most important thing now is to win Jian Wushuang. After taking Jian Wushuang, everything can be successful. But ever since Jian Wushuang arrived in the heavens, he has been hiding in the palace of the elders, never coming out. They couldn't help it. There was a magic voice in the veteran palace, and there was a top teleportation formation. And the Lord Bai could also be there in the first time. Plus Wuzhua et al. Suddenly, there were several super strong men, and Fuigo couldn't bear it. Fuego's current combat power probably has the combat power of the 80th floor in the North Tower, which can suppress the demon god general and others, and can even kill. But it takes time. The true spirit descended before others were killed. At that time, Fuego will not be able to protect himself. The pressure of the true spirit is great, and the pressure of the gods is also great. In the Temple of Chishan, the ultimate emperor has already created the cosmic secret method, and the origin of space has also reached the cosmic realm. Maybe when he was promoted to the Lord of the universe. Fuego and the fomas hidden in the origin of all things are even more huge, hidden dangers, which have always put a lot of pressure on the true spirit. Can't drag on. No one can afford it. The grit at his teeth, and he would endure for thousands of years. If Jian Wushuang still didn't come out, he would let Fuego go in desperately to get Jian Wushuang out. Don't act rashly. Even if the true spirit finds you, it won't do anything to you. As long as Fuego returns to his peak, all problems can be solved. For Masa, he couldn't believe the other party's words. At the beginning, he came to Moro time and space. Turned out to be, after so many years of gestation, he didn't even have the ability to break the eggshell. Had it not been for the essence of all things, he would have been starved to death. Probably it is the biggest joke of their giant clan. A born is still dead. The giant gods are the gods in the starry sky. They were born as the masters of the universe, unmatched. The arrival of a giant egg represents the fall of time and space. How powerful! As a result, a series of 3 giant gods were planted in Emo Luo Shirkong, which was simply a great shame. While the gods appeased fomas, they informed Fuego to sneak into the heavens. This time, he is going to play in the dark under the light. At the same time, they are also dispatching members of the Shadow Sect in the heavens. Chapter 55:14. Many strong men in the Palace of the Elders received news by coincidence. Many of them are the Sixth Order Emperors, and there is also an absolute powerhouse. Many of them are the veterans of the Senate Palace. The supremely strong man is even more deeply hidden. Jian Wushuang, it's you again. The superbly hidden Jew, Jian, revealed a magnificent appearance, and had already murdered Jian Wushuang. On the Mayan Mountain, Jian Wushuang walked out alone. Originally, he wanted to inform the real spirit, but the other party ignored him at all. He couldn't directly tell the magic sound general about this matter. I have to go quickly. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed. The other party must have noticed him, touching the dome with the dome that gave birth to the gods. Maybe the gods knew it, and it was probably a means arranged by the gods. He had to guard against it. Maybe Fuego is also involved. If so, he doesn't need to follow the original plan. 10,000 years. There are thousands of years of the world. Jian Wushuang prayed, silently in his heart, hoping that there will be nothing wrong in these 10,000 years. This matter, as long as it is arranged by the gods, I am afraid it will attack the Senate Palace. The war is about to start. Without absolute certainty, the gods will never take risks. With the means of the gods, it is pervasive to any place. I am afraid that there are many powerful men who have been inserted into the Palace of the Elders now, especially those emperors who later entered the Senate Palace. Among these people, there are definitely a lot of people from the Shadow Sect. Dark under the lights, Jian Wushuang left Mayan Mountain not knowing where to go. Now Wuzhua is still in the realm. He has contacted the other party, but he hasn't responded for a long time. Yuanyang Island, he didn't dare to go again. Fenyang Island, he returned to his cave house and was fidgeting. Unstable mood. This feeling made Jian Wushuang very uncomfortable. Not long after sitting still, he left the cave directly, fly towards the deep valley on the island. That Valley can quickly heal the origin and divine body, and it can also calm the mood. It must be something special, probably related to the power of all things. He can just go to explore the truth. Maybe there will be unexpected receipts. Outside the valley, the emperor who stopped him last time saw that it was him, and he leaked a smile at the moment. Jian Wushuang ignored it and directly handed out 100 million cubes of sacred stone. Now his name is spread all over the palace of the elders, and his status has risen with the tide. Who would dare to look down on him? The emperor who stopped him earlier did not even dare to pick up his divine stone. For this kind of person, Jian Wushuang is too lazy to care. But it won't give a good face. Why? Look down on the divine stone I gave. Jian Wushuang said with a cold face, angrily let you hold it, or you won't save face. The emperor and elder were sincere and frightened, and directly took the divine stone into the bag, and then opened the formation. Humph! Jian Wushuang flicked his sleeve robe and stepped directly into the valley. In the valley, where is a huge stone monument standing, Yunwu Mountain. Jian Wushuang glanced. A sense of peace appeared in his heart. In that stone stele, he felt the strength of the long absence. Within it, there must be something special. A dead thing can contain mental strength. This is so strange. The dead thing actually contains mental strength. Jian Wushuang frowned, guessing from the bottom of his heart, could it be that there is life here too? How else would there be mental strength? Once he was bitten by a snake for 10 years. He was afraid of well ropes. Now he looks at something and feels something is hidden inside. Beneath the tombstone, there was a billowing heat. There are natural hot springs everywhere. Jian Wushuang slowly fell. Inside, there were men and women or several people sitting together, or alone occupying a whole fountain. There are dozens of springs here, but because of the appearance of the North Watch Tower, thousands of people here, most of the time, come here to restore the divine body and origin. There are so many springs, it is not so easy to want to dominate the next one alone. Not only needs a strong strength, but also a high status. In the Palace of the Elders, the highest status is naturally the veterans. Then there are the inheritors, and finally the emperors of the 4 secret realms. There are several emperors who occupy a spring eye alone, all of which are 6th order emperors, and each occupy a high position in the Yuan Lao Palace. It's not the deputy hall master or someone who controls important places. Strong strength and high status. Naturally, no one dared to say anything. Jian Wushuang glanced at the muddy spring eyes. He really couldn't get off his feet, especially those crowded springs. He was really embarrassed to go on. After wandering around for a long time, I didn't find any magic. He decided to enter a fountain and take a look, especially the spring near the stele. The spring there is the largest, and it has a strong power of all things, which is very suitable for restoring the origin of the divine body. It's just that the spring eyes there are all standing by some powerful emperors with high authority, but Jian Wushuang now doesn't care about this anymore. It wasn't because he was too defying at the North Tower, so he floated, but after 10,000 years, he would run away with a high probability. It was an offense then, and it is also an offense now. It makes no difference. He still didn't believe it. The other party dared to do something here. At most, some verbal threats. But with his current fame, most people really dare not threaten him. Even the 3 major palace masters will give him a little face. Yep. After Jian Wushuang arrived here, many people looked over. The big brothers in the eyes of the core springs also looked over. Hall Master, it is Jian Wushuang. I heard that Gong Miaoi still has a leg with him. Sitting in the spring at the core is a 6th order Peak Emperor, who is also a core member of the Senate Palace. Not only is he highly senior, He is also one of the 2 deputy directors of the Law Enforcement Hall. It can be regarded as a powerful champion under Wu's command. Don't talk nonsense about this. It's not good for anyone. The strong man sitting in the spring's eyes, bare chest, bare eyebrows, and red hair. Like a play god, the charming woman next to her continued. Palace Master Zhong, this Jian Wushuang has a very good relationship with Lord Wuzhua. Shall we not try to win it over? Okay, then reward you to him. Jian Wushuang's toes moved lightly and directly reached the core. The figure floating is not too high, standing directly on top of those big guys, is disrespectful. He also doesn't bother to care so much. If you don't look closely, where will he see the peculiarities of this place? The closer he gets, the stronger the feeling that the stone steel gives him. Instead, his mood was not steady, but shaken. He was already at the 5th level of his mental strength, and he was just a little short of his mental state being perfect, and he couldn't resist it. What is it? Jian Wushuang became more and more puzzled about this. It's a pity that he can't get in this steel. Repel with the power of rules. He can only step back again, stepping back on the grass and hiding far away, but he can calm his mood. When he fell to the ground, a charming woman followed. Chapter 55:15. His Royal Highness Wushuang, the master of my house invites you to come and watch tea together. You may be interested. The charming woman's eyes stared straight at Jian Wushuang. Charm. Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. Charm is useless here, is even more useless for him. There is no concentration at this point, and it is a waste of life. Please. Seeing Jian Wushuang get up, the charming woman stretched out her hand to lead Jian Wushuang. He went this time, of course, not for tea. Can't contact Wuzhua now. Then ask the other person to see what Wuzhua is doing. Following the charming woman, he reached the most central spring, where the water was calm, misty, and the power contained was very strong. Jian Wushuang really wanted to dig 3 feet in the ground to see what is hidden here and why it is so special. Now he is very curious about everything, like he wants to explore and understand. I don't know if it is good or bad. Hallmaster Zhong. Jian Wushuang saw the opponent and was very polite. After all, he was asking for help. The other party's face is very terrifying, and the law enforcement hall in the North Territory can make so many people fear. I am afraid it has a great relationship with this plague god. Wuzhua is the one who holds the order. I am afraid that this one is the law enforcement. The violent aura hits his face. The opponent's strength is only stronger than that of the hall master of Fu Shoutang. Yanqing give tea? Deputy Hall Master Zhong stared at Jian Wushuang, his expression unchanged. Jian Wushuang took the teacup and said, "Thank you." The charming woman named Yanqing had a smile in her eyes. Jian Wushuang, you have such a reputation, and you are not arrogant or unreasonable. You are one of the top super inheritors in the Temple of Qixin today. You are more pleasing to the eye than Shang's eyes. Jian Wushuang did not expect that the other party looked fierce and vicious, and did not expect to praise him first. But compared with Shang, he is still a lot worse now. Started much slower than the opponent. He didn't dare to ask for a big deal. If I let Shang know this, it would not be good. So he quickly said modestly, "The junior is just a Taoist monarch. How can you compare with the senior Shang? He is the strongest method right now, but it is the battle power of the 6th Order Emperor. Shang is a super strong man who can break his wrist with fuego. You are not inferior to him. He is the ultimate emperor, but you are different. You are the ultimate Taoist educated by the Temple of Qixin. Once you succeed in harmony, you can quickly surpass him." Hall Master Zhong shook his head. Jian Wushuang's potential seemed to him, as long as he Dao succeeds, the worst can be mixed to the level of the gods. As for the Lord of the universe, no one is sure. At the beginning, the 18 gods under the command of Chishan had changed many people in batches. Few of them could become the masters of the universe, and most of them fell when they impacted the masters of the universe. Even figures like Emperor Julian have not escaped the catastrophe against the sky. It's actually pretty good to be a god. The Lord of the universe does not come out, basically it is invincible. Like a character like the Magic Sound General, the 3 masters of the Yuan Palace are not necessarily opponents. There is a huge gap in strength. Hall Master Zhong continued, I have actually read your information a long time ago. Young people should not rush for a while. There is also the meaning of persuading Jian Wushuang to let go of the origin of everything. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Secretly, he is no longer interested in the origin of everything. Give him nothing. Hall Master Zhong, I don't know where Master Wuzhua has been recently. I have something to discuss with him, but I can't get in touch with him recently. Jian Wushuang turned the topic off and asked about Wuzhua. Hall Master Zhong frowned slightly. He thought Jian Wushuang was asking Wuzhua for help, asking for the origin of everything. His expression changed a little. Brother Wuzhua has everything to do with everything. It is very likely that he has important matters, and I don't know where he is going. Is not deliberately concealing. Sometimes Wuzhua does disappear for a while, and he does not know the removal of the other party. As for the method of contact, he does, but will not help Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then chatted with the other party some things about this place, which benefited him a lot. This is really related to everything. Jian Wushuang turned his eyes to the stone monument. That is a boundary monument, the treasure of the universe. Also contains a universe origin. Is just the origin that no one knows clearly. It belongs to that path alone. Jian Wushuang didn't stay here too long before leaving the valley directly. 10,000 years. Jian Wushuang is like an ant on a hot pot. I want to walk and can't go, but I am afraid of staying. Simply let the deity go to Qiu Huang's central hall and go to the cave mansion to retreat. Is waiting for Wuzhua's return, or when something happens, he can run away directly. Fortunately, nothing strange has happened in these years. The North Tower is the same as before, with people coming and going. Because of his feats, he also attracted many ultimate Taoists. Among these Tao monarchs, there are also many powerful ones. Among them is the ultimate Tao monarch, who has already reached the 8th level of the ultimate Tao. This is not the strongest Taoist monarch on Tomb God Mountain. In the North Tower, it directly broke through the 20th floor. Is already comparable to the 4th Order Peak Emperor. Is also considered a normal range, and there is still a big gap from Jian Wushuang. The 8th level of the ultimate way. Although there is a big gap with the 9th level, it will not be so outrageous. Now, many people are already suspecting that Jian Wushuang may have mastered some kind of secret treasure, which can make his strength skyrocket. Among the ultimate Taoist monarchs on the Tomb Mountain, there are also inheritors who have reached the 9th floor, but they don't have time to come to the North Tower of the Yuan Palace. That kind of character is just comparable to the 5th Order Emperor, is far from the 6th Order Emperor. Many people are guessing. Ku Jian Wushuang didn't give the other party a chance to verify. He stayed in the secret room of the central hall, practicing alone. He has already told Qiu Huang that as long as Wuzhua comes back, he will be notified immediately. At this time, he did not dare to go to the boundary to find Wuzhua. Going out now, it is estimated that it is likely to be silenced. Jian Wushuang was ready to give up the plan he had dug down himself. Is simply a pit. Once the dome is a means arranged by the gods, I am afraid that he will abandon him and kill him directly. He didn't dare to gamble, wait for Wuzwa to return, and then discuss with the other party. He really regrets it now. In a blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed, and everything is business as usual. Jian Wushuang was finally relieved. At this time, Wuzwa, who had disappeared from the boundary, also rushed back. As soon as the opponent teleported back, Jian Wushuang was already standing there waiting. Brother Wuzwa, Jian Wushuang hurried forward, really making him wait. I finally hope that the other party will come back. Wuzwa saw Jian Wushuang a little surprised, and at the same time saw that Jian Wushuang had something to say in his heart. There are so many people here, it is not the time to discuss. Let's go back and talk. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. The two did not go to Yuanyang Island, but went directly to the small island where the law enforcement hall was located. Directly entered the core hall, and then the enchantment was laid down. Jian Wushuang was relieved. Chapter 55:16. Wuzwa was also a little shocked when he saw him. What's wrong with you? Wuzwa said, could it be that the other party took the initiative to contact you? Jian Wushuang waved his hand and then replied, it's not that they contacted me actively, but that I discovered an amazing secret. His pupils contracted, and Wuzwa was also nervous when he looked at him. He set up the next 3 formations before daring to let Jian Wushuang continue. It is obviously not a trivial matter to make Jian Wushuang so nervous. Jian Wushuang dragged out all the things encountered in the Beiwang Tower and finished directly in one breath. Wuzwa was shocked when he heard it and stood up directly, then paced in the hall. Are you sure you didn't tell anyone about this matter? Wuzwa asked with some uncertainty. Jian Wushuang touched the sweat on his forehead, a little collapsed, and said, I didn't even say the magic sound general. Then it will be easy. You only went to find the magic sound general. Even if the other party has eyeliner in the Yuan Elder Palace, he should not be able to guess it. Now I am afraid that the other party already knows the secret you found there. The gods really found it. For thousands of years, not only the gods have been frightened, but even the giant egg in the origin of all things is scared to move. He originally dared to secretly absorb the power of all things to supply and demand himself. Now it is discovered by people, let alone absorb all things. The origin. He didn't even dare to go out of that secret realm. Jian Wushuang is afraid. The other is even more afraid. At this point, the bystanders' crows see more. He soon discovered something strange. You found the other party, and the other party must have found you too. If the is so capable, I'm afraid you haven't had time to tell Master Jinling about the news. They will do it to you. Wuzwa continued. For such a long time without any movement, I am afraid that the other party is also betting this matter must not be told to anyone. As for the dome, just ignore him. I will tell Master True Spirit later. This time you can be regarded as making contributions in advance. This credit is not only for the real spirit, but when the plan is carried out, the gods will also remember him. Those who have been to the court of the 3 kings are very familiar with the dome, and the gods must know this. Jian Wushuang has filled this matter down, and it is said that he will be sentenced at that time. If this matter is stabbed out, I am afraid that the plan will be difficult to proceed. By the time, at most 1 dome was captured, and Fuego, the most threatening one, could not be found. This dome hasn't hatched completely here for so long. There must be some reason. Even if it hatches, it's a turtle in the urn. There is nothing to worry about. Jian Wushuang also nodded. He was also frightened at first, didn't think so much. Now it seems that this matter may not be a good start. Okay, let's not talk about this matter. Now we are going to create some illusions, such as the origin of everything. Wuzwa leaked at Yin's smile. When Jian Wushuang and Wuzwa came here, many people saw them, and they had to release some news. The illusion of Jian Wushuang being pushed out by the people in the Yuan Lao Palace was unwilling to give Jian Wushuang the origin of all things, and then Dailu was taken away by the hall master of Fushaotang. In this way, Jian Wushuang is also known as a master. That's it. Jian Wushuang stood up and let out a sigh of relief. Now, there is only one way left. He never thought that the plan proposed last time would rush him to sentence him to the Yuan Palace. Brother Wuzhua, just to be on the safe side, I have released some more news recently. Jian Wushuang reminded him. No problem. By the way, I heard that Qingniu and Changfeng are both in retreat. They don't ask anything about the outside world. The other one went to the mine. Without these two stumbling blocks, you can escape more smoothly this time. Wuzhua smiled. The matter of these two people has something to do with Jian Wushuang. They are hiding from him, so they made the best move. Now, God let me go forward as planned. Jian Wushuang and Wuzhua explained a lot, and even set their own escape route. He is also ready to go all the way to the north. The teleportation array that goes to the realm is in the temple, where it is impossible to go. The forces in the north were the weakest after being washed by the Senate Palace. He just took advantage of the vacancy and fled towards the north. First took the teleportation array to Shaluo City, and then flew all the way to the far north. It's going well then. Maybe I can go to the mine to find out where Nie Yuan is. After is certain, he can't stay here for a long time. Now he has to perform. Otherwise it will attract suspicion from outsiders. Before leaving, Wuzhua stopped him. Jian Wushuang, hold this thing, he said, and handed out a brocade box. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised, but when he opened the box, he was stunned. This is? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. This is the other side flower. Wuzhua nodded and said, This is a gift I gave you. You helped me a lot this time, and your performance in the North Tower exceeded the real spirit's expectations. The true spirit has it for you. Great compliment. This gift, but he went to the forest of 10,000 treasures, collected countless treasures, and then exchanged it with Shu Yi. Don't underestimate this other side flower. The value of this other side flower has almost caught up to half of the treasure of the universe. Jian Wushuang was also shocked. At the beginning of the original Star of Jiajiu, he had seen this flower from the other side. At the beginning, it was only to exchange the pollen on it, which was extremely expensive. The key is that they were exchanged as testers at the beginning. Even if there are more sacred stones after going to the 4 secret realms, there is no chance to even look at the other shore flower. Hidden flower. Jian Wushuang's eyes were a little excited. This time, even if the origin of everything is gone, it is not too bad. In the origin of all things, those terrifying lives are stored. He was also scared to him. Let's talk about it after getting rid of the gods and Fuego in the future. It is estimated that by that time, he succeeded in harmony and became the emperor. After becoming the emperor, the demand for the origin of everything may not be as great as it is now. After leaving the main hall of the law enforcement hall, Jian Wushuang soared into the sky and headed directly to the island where Fushaotang is located. He really has to do something, especially things related to people. I didn't care before. It was because I didn't have much reputation how to shake a master of the Yuan Palace. But it's different now. He is famous, and the 3 palace masters avoided him. No one dared to offend him at this time. If I am offended, I will ask for the origin of everything to see who suffers the most. Although he didn't feel much about Gong Miaoi, he brought the people over and pried away from him without making a sound. This is obviously very unruly. In the name of righteousness, he has to take his prestige once. Fushaotang. is located in the northwest corner of Yuanyang Island. Unlike other islands, this place is more like a continent. Chapter 55:17 is just relatively mundane and big. Jian Wushuang glanced at it, but it was a dust. Boom. When he arrived at Fu Shoutang, he flashed directly to explode a huge breath, and the shocking space was trembling. Tear. It was clearly a step away. Jian Wushuang had to tear the space above Fu Shoutang and jumped out of it. Soon found movement below. A sixth-order emperor roared directly into the air. Who is so bold? Don't you know that this is Fu Shoutang? The man has messy hair and forearms. The mighty air rushed to the face. After seeing the visitor clearly, he frowned, and his voice sank. Who shall I be? It turns out to be His Royal Highness Jian Wushuang. I don't know what's going on in my Fusho Hall. There are almost no strong men who don't know Jian Wushuang in the entire Yuan Lao Palace. Not to mention, the other party is still a sixth-order emperor, and also the deputy hall master of Fu Shoutang. Although the other party was polite on the surface, he was somewhat unconvinced in his heart. It's just a Taoist monarch. The great Emperor Jun was probably in this situation. Although his strength is strong, he did not take that step after all. Nowadays, there are many people waiting to see his jokes. If the harmony fails, then you will lose your lord. Although it will not fall, but it will also fall into hidden dangers and will not be able to rise again for a lifetime. Seeing the incoming person, Jian Wushuang snorted coldly and said, "Send Gong Yaoi out." So his master called him. This is also true, but it was the old man's palace where he brought Gong Yaoi to. There is a rule in the palace of the elders: the strong can bring in several servants. Gong Yaoi came in as a servant. Fu Shoutang's vice master's face sank directly. What kind of identity is Gong Yaoi now? After a while, it will be their hall master's wife. Now, Jian Wushuang is calling his servants directly, just hitting them in the face. Jian Wushuang, I know you are angry, but it's best not to mess around here. Otherwise, I will upset you all at once. Tianzhang's deputy, hall master, was also hot-tempered, is backed by the hall lord Tai San and the palace lord of Chongfeng, who would dare to come here to go wild. Even if Jian Wushuang is against the sky, now he only has the strength of the sixth-order emperor. Really regard yourself as the master of the temple of Qishan? Jian Wushuang's eyebrows suddenly rose with a trace of evil, and he shouted angrily, "Tianzo, are you scaring me?" A powerful breath radiated from his body. It was a terrifying life force. As soon as this breath came out, Tenzo felt something was wrong. Everyone has the power of life, but it is not as scary as Jian Wushuang. He felt that Jian Wushuang was not alone, but a large group of people stood in front of him. This is where the vitality is terrifying. As soon as the overwhelming aura came out, even the most powerful person could not compare to Jian Wushuang in aura and temperament. Pretend to be a master? Tianzong snorted coldly. Although he has a hot temper, he is not a fool. As long as Jian Wushuang doesn't do it, he will never take the lead. As long as Jian Wushuang dared to do something, he wouldn't care about Jian Wushuang. He would take the opportunity to beat Jian Wushuang, and then throw it out. Even if Wuzhou comes to ask the crime, he is not afraid. The strength of Tianzong, among the sixth-order emperors in the Yuan Lao Palace, is not the peak, but it is also regarded as the top powerhouse. With Jian Wushuang's current strength, he was able to fight. It's impossible to win, and it's good not to be beaten by the opponent. But he also has whole cards. The powerful life force, combined with the life universe formed by the universe of one mind, is enough to suppress the opponent. Pretend. After Jian Wushuang had a plan, he was ready to shoot directly. At this time, he sneered and said, "Do you think I need to pretend? The The thick breath fills the entire space. The continent where Fu Shou Tang is located is shaking. Many people rose into the air and stood in the distance. It's almost done. If they are really a group of people against Jian Wushuang alone, not only will they lose face, I am afraid that the real spirit will find them to settle accounts. Because of bullying, it is not so bullying. A cold light suddenly broke out. Zhu Yunjian made a roar, and then suddenly exploded. Million tribulation. Jian Wushuang took the lead, cut it off with a single sword, and the eruption of power would make everyone and Tianzong stunned. This sword, he tried his best to integrate the power of mind, thought, swallowing, and all things. It is his strongest sword so far. One sword can open the sky, sink the sea, destroy, and even give birth. In recent years, although my heart is uneasy, he has also created a lot of unique knowledge that suits him. Myriad Tribulation's sword is one of them. This is the pinnacle of his knowledge created by the power of life. The first sword of 1,000 tribulations. God. This sword contains the number of calamity, and it is because of his causal killing and calamity that he thought of this. As for the gods, it can be regarded as a metaphor. One sword slaughtered the gods and broke all the calamities in the world. Facing this sword, Tianzong didn't have much confidence. Although he has a high position, he is only cultivating at the pinnacle of unparalleled knowledge, and he is at the same level as Jian Wushuang. If you want to obtain the secrets of the universe, how can it be so simple? With 4 arms, he wanted to shake the sword when he started his hand. At this time, Tianzang's body turned golden, really like a god. Tianzong itself took the route of the divine body, which was relatively weak in origin, and spent a huge price to refine the 4 arms into the eternal treasure. The divine body also barely reached 59,000 times, but it is too difficult to make it 60,000 times. 60,000 times the divine body is of a supreme level. Don't look at the 1,000 times divine body. The treasures needed are probably the same as the possessions of a supreme powerhouse. Even if Tianzong is a deputy director in Fu Shou Tang and has been operating here for millions of years, he still hasn't collected enough treasures. The key is that after 59,999 times, it is even more difficult to break through the 60,000 times level. He is in the Senate Palace. Okanshu. Kam needs at least an epoch to be able to collect treasures. This is fast enough. If this is the past, there will be no 10,000 epochs, and there will be no enough treasures. Boom. The 4 arms struggled to resist the first sword of the myriad tribulation. Jian Wushuang, you dare to do it here? You must not regret it. Tianzong roared, and at the same time a powerful breath erupted from his body. That is the pinnacle of divine body flow. Although it is not an augmented divine body, it can always bless his divine body at its peak state. In this way, I am not afraid of being consumed by the source of power. The consumption of the divine body is a force faster than the original source. Give me break, broke out again, and the first sword of the myriad tribulation broke directly. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank suddenly, and then his figure disappeared in place. At the moment when the sword of 10,000 tribulations was broken, tens of thousands of fist shadows struck him. If he hadn't been hiding fast enough, he would have been seriously injured. The 6th Order Emperor of the Yuan, Lao Palace, is very different from the native emperor of the 4 secret realms. If it is a top 6-tier emperor from the outside world, he doesn't need to be so careful. Chapter 55:18. That's what you can do. Jian Wushuang calmly said, being a janitor, am a little unqualified. The master of the Senate Palace watched the gate, but the ancestor of the Qing dynasty, the 6th Order Peak Emperor, although the origin is not complete, but he cultivated the swordsmanship, which can make up for the incompleteness. The violent kendo can harden the sixth order of the Senate Palace. The peak emperor, Tianzong, is really not enough to be able to beat the supernatant. Being so excited by him, Tianzong's expression was a little stubborn. Obviously, he didn't expect him to be so difficult. It is obvious that he only has the level of a sixth-order ordinary emperor, and he can actually be like this. There is a kind, don't hide. Tianzong yelled. This time he took the initiative. It's just too slow in speed. Jian Wushuang behind his hands jokingly said, Are you a water monkey? So slow? Turned around a bit, dodging a sharp punch. Jian Wushuang raised his hand with a sword, and Jian hit his dead hand. The opponent didn't dare to kill him, but he dared to kill him. Idiot! Jian Wushuang dropped a word and disappeared again. Although he was calm on the surface, he was a little bit ignorant in his heart. He couldn't hurt Tianzong with a single sword, but Tianzong could punch him half to death. 50,000 times the body and 59,000 times the divine body. There is a big gap. Even if it is suppressed by its origin, it is only a Taoist after all. When appeared again, Jian Wushuang put away the Jueyun sword. The black aura on his body also dissipated, and a green mist surrounded him. The power of life. This is his most powerful force. The strong life force is running wildly. His divine body burst out with super strength, and the origin has also been greatly increased. As long as life is present, power is eternal. Jian Wushuang suddenly clenched his fists and shouted angrily, Tianzo! The sky is changing, and the surrounding sea water reverses the rapids. If the previous fight was considered a warm-up, then now it is a real killer. This breath directly made everyone in the Senate Palace clearly feel it. At this time, many people have gathered around. Look, it's Jian Wushuang. Why did he fight with the people from Fu Shoutang? Someone wondered. If you don't understand, you will understand. Yuan Lao Palace is so big. Some things, as long as you do, it is difficult to have an impervious wall. The key point is that the master of Fu Shoutang did not hide it, and even put down an invitation to entertain the quartet. You don't even know this. I heard that it was the master of Fu Shoutang who forcibly occupied Jian Wushuang's maid. An old brother just finished speaking. He was interrupted by another better-informed person and said, What kind of maid? That person is Gong Miaoyi, the fifth-order peak emperor. The strength is not weak, Jian Wushuang. How can there be such a strong? The maid must be Jian Wushuang's Taoist companion. What? Tao couple? There are more people watching the theater at this time. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation after hearing that the master of Fu Shoutang had occupied Jian Wushuang's Taoist couple. This Fu Shoutang deceives people too much. The first to support Jian Wushuang is the inheritor, because Jian Wushuang is also an inheritor, is natural, and it's still a creature of the universe. Fortunately, the first batch of inheritors have a high status in the four secret realms, the Senate Palace, or the Temple. But as more and more inheritors follow, the Palace of the Elders does not value these inheritors. Especially after the Senate Palace has developed so many treasures and attracted many inheritors, the Senate Palace has become even more unscrupulous. Except for some individual inheritors, the rest are treated as emperors of the four secret realms. Like some treasures, the inheritors should be free to enter, but for huge benefits, there are still private charges. Like when Jian Wushuang entered the valley, the opponent opened his mouth and asked for 100 million cubes of sacred stone, treating his own people, but not taking any money. If it is a stronger inheritor, the fee will be lower. Except for the North Watch Tower and Main Mountain, the prices in other places are ridiculously expensive. Is obviously taking the inheritor as a fool. After all, coming out of the Tomb Mountain, the treasures on his body must be indispensable. Now, the inheritors have been grudges. For a long time, these things were done by Fu Shou-tang, and now Jian Wushuang has a dispute with the other side, and they are obviously on Jian Wushuang's side. Those emperors in the four secret realms did not dare to stand in disorder. These people have no background. Jian Wushuang also sensed many pairs of eyes looking at him, and a smile leaked from the bottom of his heart. This is what he wants. Tianzhou, you deceived me so much. I cut off your dog's head today. Jian Wushuang's aura surged again. The power of that punch is enough to match the top emperor of Tier 6. This is not over yet. He still has a stronger whole card. Life universe. One thought of the universe is the formation of thought power. Then the power of devouring is lowered to condense the black hole. And finally, everything condenses in the physical universe. But the universe of life contains all these forces in it. Get up, a radius of 1 million li, all wrapped in it. He is not afraid of revealing his whole cards now. As long as the harmony is successful, there will be few opponents in the Temple of Forbidding. Tianzong was stunned, and a sudden force appeared around him and started to drive him away, making his divine body art ineffective, and his power was constantly being compressed. He is not like the messenger of all things. The power of all things can be gestated in his body. In the universe of life, everything is equal except Jian Wushuang. Even if Tianzong is an emperor, he is just a life. Tianzong, who had been suppressed, wanted to receive Jian Wushuang's punch. It was too difficult. Boom. One punch directly pierced Tianzang's forearms, and then the huge shadow of the fist directly tore Tianzang's chest, leaking a big hole. Swallow! Jian Wushuang's thoughts fuse, and the power of life begins to dissipate, transforming into a huge swallowing power. A violent divine power began to drain from Tianzong. How is this possible? Tenzo was completely taken aback. His divine body is losing, is not the loss of power, but the loss of the basic divine body. Soon, his divine body has dropped 100 times. At his level, 100 times the consumption of the divine body requires countless treasures. How distressed he is. The more distressed the other party, the more crazy Jian Wushuang. Swallowed 100 times the divine body, but the opponent's 100 times the divine body could be replaced by 50,000 times the divine body, although it only absorbed 20%, that is 20 times the divine body. But his own divine body can actually rise 500 times, is now 500 times. Since the consummation of the Ji Dao, his devouring power has become devouring everything, can swallow everything, completely transformed into the name of the black hole, and it has also greatly improved the power he has when he masters the black hole now. There was a big gap with Emperor Wanyan and the others, but it has now made up for it. He might actually be able to reach the realm of the black hole before he joined the road. In this way, once the harmony is successful, he is the Sixth Order Peak Emperor, and I am afraid that his combat power is directly equal to that of the Absolute Strong. Chapter 55:19. The aspect of the divine body. He can also solve it. The swallow of the origin. He doesn't care anymore. With a strong life force, why bother to care about the origin of all things? But the devouring of the divine body, that is genuine. Although his current worth is somewhat sufficient, after he Dao, it is sufficient to exceed 60,000 times. But those treasures were prepared for Hadao, and after Hadao, he had nothing left. Devouring this road is a good choice. Just swallowed 100 times the divine body of Tianzong, absorbed 20% of it, and he increased it 500 times. How many treasures did this leave him? Tenzo, I really want to thank you for helping me improve my divine body for free. Jian Wushuang laughed. This goes down, and the other grows. Tenzo can't stop it soon. Jian Wushuang approached the opponent directly, and a hand knife cut off Tianzang's 2 arms. It's an eyesore. Grabbing those two arms, Jian Wushuang incarnates into the black hole, enveloping the sky with a terrifying aura, making the opponent immobile. Jian Wushuang. Tianzhang's stern screams spread throughout Yuanyang Lake. But now that the three major palace masters, one retreats, and the other is absent, Emperor Lu Hua has expressed his attitude to support him again. No one will support Fu Xiaotong anymore. The divine body is constantly being swallowed, and Tianzong is on the verge of collapse. This is a collapse of the state of mind. I am afraid that after this time, if you don't go to the valley on Finyang Island for a period of time, it is estimated that it will be difficult to alleviate. Swallowed 1,000 times. It was very difficult to swallow in the front, but the more relaxed it became as he went to the back, because the divine body was weakening. Once his divine body surpassed the opponent, he might be able to swallow all the divine body in one breath. 1,000 times the divine body, absorbed 20%, and finally transformed into himself. Jian Wushuang raised a full 2,000 times the divine body. At this stage, it is no longer possible to improve the divine body, but with the means of swallowing it, it can also increase his divine body. 52,000 times the divine body. He is still just a Taoist. Even if Ji Dao is very powerful, he can't carry this terrifying power under normal circumstances. But he has the power of life, and he doesn't feel it all. At this time, Tenzo was like a dead dog, with his head drooping. He has collected countless treasures over the years, only to accumulate the divine body to this level. As a result, in just a quarter of an hour, he lost 1,000 times. Completely collapsed. Triathlon. Now he finally admits it and starts to ask for help. The sword didn't use the palm of both hands to force it, and he lifted Tianzhang's neck, incarnate in the black hole. His eyes were pitch black, looked at the island where Fu Xiaotang was located, and shouted angrily, "If you don't show up again, he will be disabled. If he doesn't die." One Tianzong is far from enough. It would be best if he could beat it hard or scrap the Iron 3, but unfortunately his current strength is not enough. But as long as you can force the opponent out, you have to be humiliated. He is alone in every action. If he doesn't do anything, he still dare not make a move first. Jian Wushuang didn't worry at all. Fu Xiaotang. In a garden with wind. Tisan is still playing chess leisurely, and the other side is the deputy director of the law enforcement hall. Gong Miaoi is making tea on the side. Tyr, Heaven Emperor Jun, is not calm, pacing aside. There is the deputy head of the law enforcement hall. He didn't dare to say clearly. He could only transmit the voice. "Master, the main hall of Tianzong is almost dead." Han's complexion was a bit distorted, and there was no reply. He wants to stop him too. The deputy director of the law enforcement hall is not a vegetarian. If he dares to do it, I'm afraid the other party will do it too. The strength of Deputy Hall Master Zhong is not weaker than him. This is one of the two giants under Wu's command. His status is high, and his power is not weak. Hall Master Zhong, you have lost again. Tyson barely leaked a smile. He was far better than the opponent in chess, but the opponent obviously wanted to drag him. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, still looking bold, said calmly, "Come on, continue." The chessboard was restored to its original state again. "I see, that's it for today." Taizhan stood up and said, "Tai-san, I advise you to leave it alone, for the sake of the past. I am a personal reminder." Deputy Hall Master Zhong said, "Jian Wushuang has eaten flat in Lord Wuzwa. You go to provoke him now. Yes, give your eldest brother trouble." This is a sincere advice, but he doesn't know the inside story. He is just a fish released by Wuzwa. This is also the countermeasure that Jian Wushuang and Wuzwa discussed. Taizhan's brows twisted into a knot. He is now riding a tiger. Others have hit the door of the house. If he doesn't show up, how can he lead people? If you go, I'm afraid Jian Wushuang will make things difficult for him. It will be more troublesome. The origin of everything is important, and he doesn't want to go to this muddy water. The three palace masters all hid from seeing Jian Wushuang. He is the master of Fushaotang, but he dared not join in. The key Fu Shou Tang also manages the ownership of the treasures on Yuanyang Lake. I have to go, and you will go too, Tyson said coldly. Deputy Hall Master Zhong smiled without a smile and said indifferently, It's up to you, but you'd better not do it. I came with a death order. Once you do it, everyone will be upset. In my heart, Deputy Hall Master Zhong is more inclined to these veterans. Although he is not a faction, he does not want to watch these veterans fight inwardly because of the inheritors. I will still give you this face. Tyson turned his head and said to Ter Tian, Take Miaoyi to the backyard. You can't come out without my order. Yes. Tearing the sky, respectfully said. Gong Miaoyi's complexion changed a little. She has always been a chess piece, surviving in the cracks. Originally thought it would be better to reach the heavens, but now he has fallen into the vortex again. At this time, she regrets a bit. She shouldn't be greedy for this place at the beginning. She should leave directly. Even if there is no Senate palace, with her financial resources and skills, she should be able to find her father. Now, it fell into the palm of others. When entered the backyard after tearing the sky, she suddenly looked back at Jian Wushuang, who was like a demon in the sky. How much she longed for Jian Wushuang to really save her. But before the smile at the corner of his mouth was drawn, his heart sank. Although he had not been with Jian Wushuang for a long time, he knew that the other party's mood was very deep, and he was not a character who could easily be moved. This time I came here, also under the name of her, and wrestled with those mighty ones. Slowly lowered his head, followed to tear the sky into the small courtyard. The moment the wooden door closed, a tear fell. In the air, Jian Wushuang puts the universe of life into his palm, with the universe in one hand and the sky hidden in the other, just waiting for Taisan to show up. What he didn't expect was that the other party was also a ruthless character. Jian Wushuang, can you come down for a comment? There was no anger in Taisan's voice, but rather peaceful. Is this a peace talk? Jian Wushuang was a bit disdainful. Chapter 55:20. S' breath remained unchanged, and he fell directly into the courtyard. Tenzo, who was indistinguishable from the dead dog in his hand, remained on his side. There was no accident when he saw Deputy Hall Master Zhong. Everything was planned. Where is Gong Miaoyi? Jian Wushuang was not polite at all. He sat down where Gong Miaoyi was originally sitting and went straight to the subject. Taisan's expression remained unchanged, and he personally poured a cup of tea for Jian Wushuang and said calmly, Jian Wushuang, a maid, there is no need to stir up the crowd like this. Ha ha! Jian Wushuang smirked, rubbing the handle of the chair, and then suddenly forcefully shattered the armrest. The sawdust flew out, and Triathlon easily resolved it. It is easy to resolve this, but Jian Wushuang dares to be so disrespectful in front of so many people. How to resolve it? If he bears it, what will those subordinates think? There are many people standing in the Chengfeng garden. Was originally intended to scare Jian Wushuang, but now it is counterproductive. The other deputy hall master of Fu Shou Tang directly stood up and shouted angrily, Jian Wushuang, don't go too far. Huh. Jian Wushuang snorted coldly and said with disdain, How old are you? Do you have a voice here? You. The deputy hall master had received this kind of anger and was about to rush at the moment, but was stopped by Taishan. Tyson took a deep breath, held back for a while, grasped the tea-making shelf in his hand, and said calmly, Gong Miaoyi's matter is indeed my negligence. Even if you don't come to this matter, I will bring a generous gift. I went to visit, and I didn't expect to get to this point. Tell me about the requirements. If there are any shortcomings or requirements, I will definitely do it. Jian Wushuang held up the teacup and shook it for a while. Then his eyes contained great anger, and he poured the tea in the cup directly on Tai San, shouting angrily, "You're always confused. Let me make a request." He was a little angry. "I want the origin of everything in the North Tower. Can you give it? Don't think it's a hall master, so you can talk nonsense. Otherwise, I will ruin you once." Iron Trinity's violent aura directly evaporates all the tea on his face. Just about to burst, after hearing the origin of everything, he had to suppress the anger in his heart forcibly. He has already told his elder brother Changfeng, Sword God, about the things here, and even his elder brother said not to provoke Jian Wushuang. The other party is just about to blackmail some treasures. Just take the money and send it away. But Jian Wushuang is too shameless now. This is not for the money at all. This is to humiliate him. Deputy Hall Master Zhong also saw it for a moment, and now he moved the position to the back. If it were him, I am afraid he would have done it a long time ago. He also admires the endurance of Tetsuo, which can be resisted. Isn't triathlon very prestigious before? Why are you exaggerating now? Jian Wushuang. Tai San's face finally pulled down, staring at Jian Wushuang, wishing to eat him, gritted his teeth, and said, "If it hadn't been for my eldest brother to confess, you would have died 100 times. In the last sentence, he just talked about it. In the palace of the elders, who would dare to kill Jian Wushuang. I really want to kill Jian Wushuang, not to mention the real spirit. Even Wuzhua will have to fight the other side. Then I have to tell you, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't even have a place to sit and talk to me. Without your eldest brother, you wouldn't even be able to sit still." The two got up at the same time. Their bodies were close together, and their faces were close to each other, stared at each other's eyes. "Today, let Gong Miaoi go with me, or you can kneel down and slap 3 heads, and I will admit this marriage." Jian Wushuang straightened up, rubbed his eyebrows, and then said, "Or give me the origin of everything. Don't say you don't give you face. Ask me to finish. You can figure it out. These 3 requirements, no matter which one is enough, will ruin the opponent. It is absolutely impossible to let Gong Miaoi go with him." The invitations were all sent out, and the Taoist couple ran away with others, and this face was lost. As for the origin of all things, giving him 10 lives, he dare not call the shots. In the end, the only way is to kowtow. It's better to kill him directly. Deputy Hall Master Zhong couldn't stand it anymore. What a shame it was. For a woman, it's not worth it. You all get back. Tai San's face was shaking, and he waved for the people to disperse. The deputy director of Fu Shoutang was a little moved. Let them leave. Is this really ready to compromise? If this is the case, then they will be ashamed for the rest of their lives. Was trampled on the face by a Taoist monarch. Hall Master, we. Before they could finish speaking, Tai's Han looked like white wax, raised his head and glanced at the crowd, and shouted angrily, "Go away!" Everyone didn't dare to stay longer, and at the same time, their hearts were cold. The Hall Master of Fu Shoutang, who is so prestigious in normal times, is now so mixed up that he has to kneel for a Taoist monarch. After everyone retreated, only Tai Shan, Jian Wushuang, and Deputy Hall Master Zhong were left. There were a lot of people just now, but now there are no outsiders. I will personally accompany you, Tai San. The treasure in this mustard seed is worth 30,000 cubic meters of cosmic crystals. It is what I have earned in my life. Please accept it. Bong to Jian Wu Duanqian. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed 30,000 square cosmic crystals. He really looks down on it now. He has hundreds of thousands of cosmic crystals himself, which is not less than 30,000, but the other party can have 30,000 cosmic crystals. I am afraid he will not benefit from it in private. This is the accumulation of millions of years. There will be more in the future. 30,000 square cosmic crystals are not a big loss, and more will be gained in the future. But Gong Miaoi couldn't return Jian Wushuang. Others don't know. Tai-san knows in his heart that Gong Miaoi's physique is very special and suitable for double cultivation. As long as he finds Gong Miaoi's father, Gong Miaoi promises to do double repairs. Now, I have mastered the information of Gong Miaoi's father. After the wedding, we'll take Gong Miaoi to find the other party's father. Once the double cultivation starts, his strength can go further. Hope is extremely high, and hope is still great. By then, the two brothers will be super strong, and in this palace of the elders, there will be no fear of anyone. That's why Gong Miaoi would never let it out. The reason why he can hold it back is because of this. In case Jian Wushuang insists on Jian Wushuang, the other party will not help him if this matter is brought to Palace Master Lu Hua. He doesn't stand up to the point. If it weren't for his elder brother to raise him, he would almost get dizzy. Forbearance for a while. After he reaches the top, there is no need to be afraid of Jian Wushuang. Even if Jian Wushuang succeeds in the future, he will be an absolute powerhouse, and there is no need to look at Jian Wushuang's face. After all, this Senate Palace is the personal power of true spirit. The ultimate emperor is not without it, but which ultimate emperor is not related to them? At best, it can give a little more face. No matter how big it is also potential. The ultimate emperor doesn't have much power, and he is practicing hard, so there is no time to take care of this. Chapter 55:21. This time, he didn't think of such a simple solution. He is not afraid that the other party will not do anything. He is afraid that the other party will endure it all the time. The purpose of coming here is to let outsiders know that the Yuan Lao Palace will be sentenced in the future. And that is also for a great reason. The Taoist couple was robbed, and the origin of everything was not given to him. Is also known as a teacher. Jian Wushuang's eyes gradually cooled down. Now, let alone 30,000 universe crystals, even if it is 300,000, he will continue to make trouble. 30,000 universe crystals, are you sending a beggar? He directly threw away the mustard seeds in the opponent's hand. As soon as these words came out, Tai-san couldn't bear it anymore, raised his head and stared at Jian Wushuang. His aura exploded at this moment, and he directly shook Jian Wushuang back. In order to create an illusion, Jian Wushuang directly retreated thousands of miles, crashing and destroying countless palaces and attics, swaying countless sword energy. From the outside world, Jian Wushuang would be seriously injured if he didn't die this time. Tai-san was very surprised. He obviously just released some breath and didn't even think about doing it. The Deputy Hall Master Zhong next to was close to him, and he could see Tai-san's thoughts, so he didn't stop him. The Deputy Hall Master Zhong couldn't control that much, and Wu Zui gave orders to ensure Jian Wushuang's safety. Tai-san looked a little ugly and hurriedly explained, "Vice Master Zhong, you have to testify to me. I really didn't do it." Tai-san, you are deceiving too much, taking my Taoist companion, robbing me of good fortune. I am incompatible with you. Jian Wushuang yelled angrily. The voice spread far away, and many people onlookers heard it. Such a big thing has happened. Dong Sheng and Wan Yan are also here. Hearing Jian Wushuang's stern anger, he was a little moved and moved directly. Those in the periphery of Fu Shoutang wanted to stop, but now Dong Sheng already had the power of a Tier 6 top emperor, and it was not so easy to stop it. Now that such a big thing has happened, the emperor of Fu Shoutang didn't dare to actually do it. He just stopped symbolically and put the two in. After all, so many heirs from the outside world are watching. If you really want to move it, I'm afraid it will arouse public anger. Brother Wushuang, we are late. Dong Sheng and Wan Yin entered the ruins and saw Jian Wushuang in ragged clothes and blood on the corners of his mouth. Were all shocked and then angrily looked at the hall master of Fu Shou Tang in the distance. Jian Wushuang stood there with a haggard face. But my heart is full of joy. Tai-san, today's humiliation, I will write it down. Jian Wushuang looked at each other unwillingly and said coldly. The breath of hatred rose instantly. Go. Under the protection of Dong Sheng and Wan Yin, Jian Wushuang left Fu Shou Tang. Only Taizhan and the deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall, who were stunned in the same place, were left. Tai-san, it seems that you really offended Jian Wushuang this time. After leaving a sentence, Deputy Hall Master Zhong also left directly. Then the strong from Fu Shou Tang gathered around one after another. Hall Master, there is nothing to be afraid of. He Jian Wushuang deceives people too much. You can't help but make a move. It's normal. Someone said with comfort. Tai-san's face became even more gloomy, and the violent aura directly shook the person who had spoken back for several battles and shouted angrily, "Get out of here!" Now, he can't clean it after jumping into the Yellow River. Can't explain to his men that he didn't dare to shoot just to scare Jian Wushuang. I really want to say that. I won't be able to mix up in the future. But if you don't explain, even your own people will assume that he has beaten Jian Wushuang ruthlessly. When everyone retreated, their eyes changed a little. The image of triathlon has been preserved, and it is still as prestigious as before. But he offended Jian Wushuang, but he really sat down. Not only snatched Jian Wushuang's Taoist companion, Lien Jian Wushuang came to ask for the origin of everything, and was beaten up. This matter quickly spread throughout the Yuan Palace. Palace Master Lu Hua brought a generous gift in person and went to find Jian Wushuang. He doesn't know anything about this, nor has he heard of any reason. The matter of the origin of all things has clearly been determined, and he will fully support Jian Wushuang, whether he can get another explanation, but he has already surfaced his position. Normally, Jian Wushuang would not go to Fu Shou Tang to ask for it. The origin of everything is very important, although it shows that all the treasures of the Yuan Lao Palace are under the jurisdiction of Fu Shou Tang. The origin of everything is not even qualified to arrange it, let alone Fu Shou Tang. According to his speculation, it is probably because of the Taoist couple. Although Jian Wushuang was deflated this time, Lu Hua was very happy in his heart. As a result, the relationship between Jian Wushuang and the faction of Chongfeng Sword God became even more cold. They count you on a boat. At this time, Jian Wushuang was in the law enforcement hall. Emperor Lu Hua thought that Jian Wushuang was here to heal his injuries, so he came to comfort him. When I arrived there, I found that Jian Wushuang had already been in prison. It was Wuzhua who was waiting for him outside the door. Brother Wuzhua, are you confused? Take Jian Wushuang up at this time. Emperor Lu Hua was shocked. According to common sense, among the people in Jian Wushuang and Yuan Lao Gong, Wuzhua had the best relationship, so why Wuzhua even grabbed Jian Wushuang with him? Wu stood there on the left, with a fierce aura between his brows. Palace Master Lu Hua, I'm afraid you don't know something. Jian Wushuang's move in Fu Shou Tang seriously injured one of Fu Shou Tang's deputy hall masters. If it weren't for Tai San's action, he would have almost fallen. Wu Zui said, righteously, according to the law enforcement hall regulations, Jian Wushuang committed a felony and must be detained in jail to wait for the release. When these words came out, Lu Hua was completely stunned. Suddenly, he thought of something. At this time, Tyson walked out of the hall with a smile and said, "Farewell, Palace Master Lu Hua." Emperor Lu Hua's expression became completely cold when he saw the visitor. Tai-san, did you do this thing about— Lu Wadajan said coldly, if this is the case, he will have to be in the dark in the future. The last time Wuzwa proposed to add another palace lord, he politely declined. Unexpectedly, Wuzwa is now completely embarking on an evil road and actually hooks up with the sword Changfeng. In this way, Changfeng and Wuzwa will deal with the Blue Bull. Maybe they will abdicate at that time and give way to Wuzwa. Triathlon lost the previous anger at this time and said very happily, the law enforcement hall handles affairs according to the regulations, and it does it very well. This has nothing to do with Fu Shoutang. Okay. Emperor Lu Hua was so angry that he laughed and said with a big laugh, it's very good. You do things, you do it really well. After leaving this sentence, he flicked his sleeve robe and turned around to leave. But after thinking of Jian Wushuang, he stopped and didn't turn his head. He just said in a cold voice, fighting in private and seriously hurting the elders. This matter is indeed very serious. I have to interrogate myself. Then directly tore through the space and reached the bottom of Yuanyang Lake. There is a water prison there. Jian Wushuang was suppressed here at this time. After he left Fu Shoutang, Wuzwa personally captured him and sent him here not long after. Chapter 55:22. All this is planned. Although Tyson was furious, he was very cautious and directly notified the eldest brother Changfeng, sword god, of everything that had happened. After the Changfeng sword god knew about it, he pondered for a long time and speculated that Wuzwa wanted to borrow Jian Wushuang's hand to seek the position of the palace lord. So he asked Tai-san to take the initiative to find Wuzwa and explain his intentions. As long as Jian Wushuang is pressed down, he will fully support Wuzwa as the palace lord, and he will try his best to win over the Blue Bull and then pull Emperor Lu Hua down in one fell swoop. This is still the three palace masters, and there is no change in their interests. The key is to offend Jian Wushuang so badly he simply made the best move and did nothing pulling Wuzwa together to suppress Jian Wushuang. But they didn't know that. In this way, they hit the arms of Jian Wushuang and Wuzwa. Lu Hua hurriedly arrived here. After seeing Jian Wushuang, who was suppressed in prison, he was fainted by cursing Wuzwa secretly. Jian Wushuang is now the celebrity of the Senate Palace. It is impossible for the true spirit to not know. Once the harmony is successful, it is very likely that he will be the heir to the Temple of Qixin in the future. Offended such a character just for the position of a palace lord. A little irrational. It can only be said that the pattern of Wuzwa is getting smaller and smaller. After Lu Hua arrived, Wuzwa followed. Release people first. Count as my guarantee. Emperor Lu Hua said. Wuzwa hesitated, then lowered his voice and said, it will be 10,000 years at the earliest. After Tai-san's marriage, I will release Jian Wushuang. You. Lu Wadajan's face sank, and he pointed to Wuzwa and said, you let me say what you are. This Jian Wushuang is the inheritor of the ultimate way. And now the ultimate way is probably complete. I'm not afraid that he will find you after he gets along. Wuzwa snorted coldly, staring at Lu Huadijuan, and said angrily, looking forward and backward, when I chose the palace lord last time, you said the same thing. You disappointed me. I don't know whether this is to cooperate with the performance or accidentally tell the truth. The last time Palace Master Lu Hua did it was not authentic, and Wuzwa still has a bit of resentment. Well, in this case, you can walk on your single-plank bridge. Emperor Lu Hua did not want to mention the last time, because the last time was indeed his problem. If you were tougher, maybe Wuzwa would really become the palace lord. What a pity! Changfeng's strength is too bad, once Wu is in the top position. S combination has already broken the balance of the current Senate Palace, and he knew it from the bottom of his heart, so he didn't insist on it anymore. Now that the two have joined forces, They have reached a delicate balance with Qingyo and Changfeng, but it's about to break now, and Wuzhou won't be standing by his side this time. On the contrary, he himself fell into the lower class, maybe because of the origin of everything. He would still be isolated. When the time comes, the position of the palace lord may be lost. It's too late to turn around now, so I can only bet on the sword Wushuang and walk one way to the end. The more so, he has to get Jian Wushuang out now. Is the icing on the cake, it is better to send charcoal in the snow. Hall, Master Wuzhua, you can't let go of people, but I'm going to interrogate now. Let me go in and see Jian Wushuang. This doesn't break the rules. Emperor Lu Hua restored his indifferent face. This time Wuzhua did not refute, took out the token to open the prison, and put the palace Master Lu Hua into the prison. After entering the prison, Palace Master Lu Hua directly arranged the enchantment to prevent Wuzhua from eavesdropping outside. Only then took a step towards Jian Wushuang. Palace Master Jian Wushuang got up with difficulty. His breath was very weak. He didn't hide his breath, but deliberately let Wuzhua seriously injured him, and he kept pressing down without recovering. If needed, he can restore the peak at any time, which is the terrifying place of the power of life. Dijuan Lu Hua felt really, and he hurriedly stepped forward to support Jian Wushuang, and injected his own strength to help Jian Wushuang recover some strength. There are some things, you should come to me. Wuzhua has been unreliable, but I forgot to remind you. Lu Wadajan looked very annoyed. Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment, then leaked out of anger, gritted his teeth, and said, I was careless this time. I didn't expect Wuzhua to sway me. Don't worry. He can't touch you. I will find a way to get you out, as soon as 10,000 years. Lu Wadajan comforted. 10,000 years. Jian Wushuang had a trace of anxiety in his eyes, and said, Palace Master, can you get me out before Tai San's wedding? His expression was moved. His eyes were firm, and then he bowed directly, begging, Palace Master Lu Hua, I beg you, as long as you let me out, I will remember this great grace forever. Jian Wushuang, what are you doing? Emperor Lu Hua stretched out his hand to help Jian Wushuang get up and said quickly, Don't worry, I will fish you out even if I don't take the position of the palace lord. Anyway, he won't be long enough, and he's not afraid of being caught by Changfeng and Qingyo in his pigtails, and he will simply rob him of the law enforcement hall's prison at that time. Jian Wushuang got up when he heard the other party's promise, with joy in his eyes. After that, Lu Hua left some treasures to restore his origins, and then left. Jian Wushuang looked at the other party's back, and his heart was a little moved, although he knew that the other party had a very clear purpose, but in order to help him and be able to give up everything, he really had to write down this kindness. After he boarded the Datong, he would never treat him badly. After Emperor Lu Hua was out of prison, he didn't even glance at Wuzhua, but he waved his sleeves and left with a cold snort. He was disappointed with Wuzhua. The two have been friends for many years, and now they are dead. At the beginning, in ancient times, although Emperor Lu Hua was not a direct descendant of the Temple of Qixin, he came from a famous family and was a direct descendant of the Lord of the Universe. Wandering through the long river of time and space, getting to know Wuzhua, the two have also wandered together several times, is a deadly friendship. Humph, it'll be one step faster this time. Wuzhua muttered to himself, and after a glance at Jian Wushuang in prison, he turned and left directly. News of his suppression spread quickly. Even the inheritors on the Tomb Mountain know a lot. Hui Qing, who was far away in the secret world, also got the news for the first time. Brother Wushuang, I can't help you this time. Hui Qing closed her eyes slightly, and she was in an extremely evil pool of water. In the dark, Long Yi looked at everything in a daze, reporting the situation here to the true spirit one by one. In the prison, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in the corner. His breath remained unchanged. Is just in the Sea of Origin. His origin clone is practicing the pinnacle of his creation. Dao Jun is able to create the pinnacle of unique knowledge. And he is also considered the first class. 10,000 tribulations. The first sword is still a bit rough. The sword is dead, but the power is alive. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Chapter 55:23. It was too difficult to integrate the power of life, so he could only turn to using jerkiness to transform the power of life into sword aura. Only in this way can it exert great combat power. Whether it is the extremely strong power of all things or the power of reincarnation, it is very difficult to integrate into one's own way. The course of life is the heavens and tribulations. Jian Wushuang floated on the Sea of Origin, holding the Jueyun sword upside down. The sword of 10,000 tribulations can also be the space of 10,000 tribulations or the universe of 10,000 tribulations. It is the same as everything else, but in a different direction. This first tribulation is in Sword Dao. Jian Wushuang suddenly raised his hand. Jueyun Jian came out, and the world was surging. This sword can kill the Sixth Order Emperor. The 8,000 tribulations of the Pinnacle's unique learning was created by him throughout his life, and it is related to his journey along the way. The catastrophe he has gone through is more than 10,000 catastrophes. When he was weak, the first culpa before him was Kendo. Now that he has mastered his mastery in a sword, he can be regarded as an account of Kendo and an account of himself. Although Ji Dao is strong, after all, he has been following him for a short time, and he doesn't have too many special feelings. Kendo is different. From a weak moment, to be with him as if he was born with him. Otherwise, he would not always be distracted to explore Kendo. After having a more powerful ultimate path, why bother to develop an ultimate path? This is not to find yourself uncomfortable. When you are in harmony, you just need to abandon Kendo. But if you give it up, will he be willing? Jian Wushuang asked himself. Wan Dao's sword sovereign. Among the 10,000 ways he mastered, he only loves Kendo. He wants to carry forward Kendo and raise it to an untouchable height. Among the 10,000 Daos, the Kendo is promoted to the strongest and most perfect posture. And the killing of Kendo suits him very well. Myriad Tribulation's sword. Jian Wushuang's eyes were hot, and he looked at this sword and exclaimed excitedly, finally succeeded. Although the ultimate Kendo has not yet stepped into the 9-level realm, the sword created today can already kill the Sixth Order Emperor. Because of the transformed life force, this sword contains too many things. A sword is not only as simple as the power of killing, but also contains the power of thought, mind, swallowing, all things, and even life. Cut it out with one sword, and you can die. Let it die. Jian Wushuang murmured, then began to practice. He has many cosmic crystals, and he has been constantly exploring the realm of space by leaps and bounds. The distance to the black hole realm is also fast. This time, his enemies are many. It was not Tyson alone, but the entire Senate Palace. Fortunately, among the 3 palace lords, the strongest one is in retreat. The Palace Lord Changfeng is not there, and the Palace Lord Lu Hua fully supports him. Wu Zhuo is the manipulator of the plan again. Under the circumstance that there is no way out, only the Peak Emperors are left. Although Wu Zhuo would support him in secret, everything might be impossible. He has to improve his strength to the strongest state as much as possible. Otherwise, there is a risk of exposure. Their plan is in progress, and the plan of the gods is also being laid out. The supreme powerhouse hidden in the dark, some powerhouses in the veteran palace secretly manipulated. A blast of darkness is covering the entire palace of the elders, the dark part of the Senate Palace. Shadow 3, 16, and 17 are already in place. You can do it at any time. Don't be in a hurry, wait and see. This time, we will all be exposed. Don't be in a hurry. Jian Wushuang is in prison, and there are 14 in the law enforcement hall. There is nothing wrong with it. Hold on. This Shadow 3 is the top 3 figure in the Shadow sect, with the most powerful combat power. Time flies like a white horse. For thousands of years, a civilization was born in the mundane world, and the change of several dynasties, but for practitioners, it was just a moment or a breath. On this day, the island where Fu Shou Tang was located was very lively, and all the palaces turned red. The place originally destroyed by Jian Wushuang has long been restored to its original state. Not to mention, today is the wedding of Fu Shou Tang's chief Tai San, and the entire island has been renovated. At 10 in the morning, everyone on the island is busy. For this big wedding, Tai San even got a group of Taoists from the outside world to do it specially, because the island has a shortage of manpower and must be properly arranged. The characters who came this time are all important, and they are all high-powered in the Senate Palace. Even the Temple of the Enemy will have the strong come. In the main hall of Fushaotang, countless cases have been put in place at this time, and some relatively weak emperors have arrived early, and they have given enough face to Tai San. Outside the main hall, Tai San personally greeted every visitor, whether it was a 4th Order emperor or a 6th Order emperor. They talked with each other enthusiastically. Even outside the island, a number of 6th Order emperors were arranged to greet them from a distance. It's just that the guests who came this time were mostly indigenous emperors and some veterans from the 4 secret realms. As for the inheritors, very few came. Some inheritors who were with the Yuan Lao Palace had arrived, such as the Emperor Tier Heaven. Master, tearing the sky, respectfully salutes. Apprentice, you are here to receive distinguished guests on my behalf, and I will go to the apse to have a look. Tai San smiled often and said to this disciple that he didn't, not only in practice, but also in financial resources. The situation of tearing the sky is very similar to him. They are all aptly qualified, but with good luck. And tearing the sky has not let him down. Every time it is steadily improving. He is now the 5th Order Peak Emperor, and he has also passed through the 48 floors at the North Tower. It hasn't been long before breaking through the 5th Order Emperor, and he has this strength, and he is also hopeful in the future. Tai San put down what he was holding and turned and entered the apse. The bright red silk placed in the hall is very festive. Miaoi! Tai San walked around, his face full of smiles. Gong Miaoi smiled and said, "Are the arrangements made outside?" "Everything is ready. You are the only one left." After today, Gong Miaoi raised his head and looked at Tai San, expecting, "Is my father really in the mine?" Tai San nodded and said, "I didn't dare to tell my eldest brother about this matter. WWW. Novel. Come, but I asked people around him to help me investigate. That Jianxiu is very close to your father. Then when do we go?" Gong Miaoi said happily, "After today, you can go any time." Then Tai San hesitated. "It's just—" Gong Miaoi looked solemnly and said solemnly, "As long as I find my father, the little girl will ask her husband in this life. Okay, I won't lose you." Triathlon was very excited. At the beginning, he was afraid that Gong Miaoi was unwilling. After all, he was a 5th Order Peak Emperor who generally had arrogance, and she was also a woman with a very special physique. Now he thinks too much. As long as he gets Gong Miaoi, he will be Mahayana and enter the peak, so he won't treat the opponent badly. At that time, he can also help Gong Miaoi quickly break the mirror and enter the 6th Order Emperor. Chapter 55-24. Think about it and listen to it beautifully. Both husband and wife are 6th Order Emperors, which can be regarded as a good story in the Palace of the Elders. and Gong Miaoy's potential is good. He can even arrange Gong Miaoy to go to the Two Mountain. It's not difficult to get a quota. All is well in the future, but there are also changes. At this time, outside the prison of the law enforcement hall, two groups of people were already in place. One group was arranged by the confidant of Palace Master Lu Hua, and the other group was the shadow sect powerhouse lurking in the Palace of the Elders. Among the group of people that Emperor Lu Hua looked for, there were 3 Tier 6 peak emperors who were enough to break the restriction here, and there were more than 10 Tier 6 emperors who were strong enough to hold the law enforcement hall. At this time, Wu Zhu was not here at all, but went to Fu Shou Tang. Over the years, he and Tai Sen have been very close, so naturally they want to join in. Now in the law enforcement hall, only Deputy Hall Master Zhong and 3 Sixth Order Emperors are sitting in town. Most of the strong in the law enforcement hall are located in the north, but in the Senate Palace, there are only a few. The strong in the Palace of the Elders are like clouds, and no one dares to make a mistake here. Outside the prison, there are no guards because there are restrictions, and there is no fear of someone daring to rob the prison. Even if you dare to come, once the prohibition is attacked, the strong of the law enforcement hall can arrive at the first time. Both groups are very patient and seem to be waiting for an order. Do it! Do it! Emperor Lu Hua checked the time and gave the order directly. At the same time, the supremely strong man hiding in the dark also gave the order. The two groups of people appeared at the same time in different positions, but the purpose was the same. Robbery. Boom, boom, boom. A wave of violent forces suddenly attacked the restraint outside the prison. Jian Wushuang, who was deep in the prison, suddenly opened his eyes. Although he doesn't know the situation of the outside world, someone is coming to attack. I am afraid that today is when he goes out, and it is also the most important part of the plan. Inside the law enforcement hall, with the arrival of this day, Deputy Hall Master Zhong was not surprised. He had expected that he would come to rescue Jian Wushuang, so he was also prepared. An order came out, several Sixth Order Emperors, together with hundreds of Fifth Order Peak Emperors. Follow me to catch the rebellion. The rugged Deputy Hall Master Zhong took the lead with a mountain-opening battle axe, leading hundreds of emperors and powerful men directly toward the space to the outside of the prison. At this time, outside the prison, both parties were a little surprised. The intelligence is wrong. Who is the other party? Does the palace master have other arrangements? However, the purpose is the same, and the two sides have not had any fights, and both are doing their best to break the prohibition. But at this time, the hundreds of people brought by Deputy Hall Master Zhong had already arrived. The majestic Faxiang broke out directly, and the strength of Deputy Hall Master Zhong was comparable to that of the most powerful. His appearance still shocked many people. The mysterious person in the dark must not act rashly. He can only command the crowd and stop the strong man in the law enforcement hall first. Deputy Hall Master Zhong's image was majestic for 1,000,000 li, and he slowly raised his hand to open it with a single stroke, directly letting the lake retreat, hitting the two groups of strong men who attacked the prohibition. Let me see who is so courageous. Boom! The violent breath directly shook back several Sixth Order Emperors. The means of hiding their breath also broke. Wang Ken, you are so brave, dare to rob prison. Deputy Hall Master Zhong recognized the Sixth Order Peak Emperor who took the lead at a glance. That was the first Titan under the Master of Palace Master, Lu Hua. The Sixth Order Peak combat power is only a trace of him. Seeing that the other party recognized him, Wang Ken was not hiding it, so he rushed over immediately. Continue to attack the restraint. I will stop him. Deputy Hall Master Zhong sneered. It's up to you. Ha! Although I can't beat you head on, there are still ways to stop you. Wang Ken was very confident. Wang Can was able to reach the 60th floor in the North Tower, and he had already reached the 6th order consummate combat power. As for Deputy Hall Master Zhong, he reached the 61st floor. The difference between the two is just one level. Although it will be suppressed in strength, it will not be defeated in an instant. It is easy to stop the time of Deputy Hall Master Zhong. It takes 10 breaths to break the prohibition. Two groups of people from the outside fought hard. Jian Wushuang in prison was also tense. As long as the restriction is opened, he will tear the space and escape directly. Go straight to Fushou Tang. Wu Zhu was already waiting there. Moreover, most of the people in the law enforcement hall were transferred to the northern border. Only the deputy head Zhong could not stop him. At that time, even if some people were killed, the inheritors and the emperors of the 4 secret realms would not stop him. Even the strong from the Senate Palace, few people dared to stop him. As soon as the source of destruction comes out, the entire Fushou Hall will probably fall. When the time comes, the strong will disperse, the most chaotic. You can take Gong Miaoi directly to the central hall, take the teleportation array, and go directly to the north. It can only be teleported to the north from the Palace of the Old, and only after going to the north can it go to other big states. Boom. The fighting outside is very jiaozuo. The two groups of robbed prisoners had to separate the manpower to attack the restraint, while at the same time they had to stop the people from the law enforcement hall. Limi Kanji, it turned out to be you. Deputy Hall Master Zhong split the space with an axe, letting the supremely strong man behind him appear. Deputy Hall Master Zhong was very surprised. Limi Kanji is a rare 6th order peak powerhouse in the Northern Realm. He is as famous as the Shangqing ancestors and others, but he did not expect to hide his strength all the time, and he was actually the ultimate powerhouse. And he dared to plot against such a big thing as robbing prison. There must be other secrets behind this. Wang Can and others robbed the jail because Emperor Lu Hua and the aboriginal emperors of the Northern Territory like Li Miu had nothing to do with Jian Wushuang. So how could they have the courage to rob the prison? Associate Hall Master Zhong, you shouldn't have discovered me. Limi Kanji's eyes shrunk and were already exposed. Now, he can't take care of that much. If Jian Wushuang is not taken out, they will all be finished. The terrifying breath of extreme peaks descended instantly, killed in the direction of Deputy Hall Master Zhong. As soon as the peak came out, the news here spread directly. Only when that breath spread thousands of miles away, it suddenly stopped, and a more terrifying breath followed. There was also a subtle magic sound mixed in that breath. Magic sound God General. Everyone was shocked. According to common sense, in the affairs of the Yuan Lao Palace, the magic sound can't interfere with these ancient existences. But there was a fight of the highest level, and it was also related to Jian Wushuang, and the magic sound would also have to take action, directly suppress the matter in this place. And Limi Kanji, who had just been exposed, was directly seriously injured. At the same time, the prohibition began to break in the wave of magic sound. Only a trace of cracks appeared. Jian Wushuang seized the opportunity instantly, and before the cracks healed, he directly tore through the gaps in the surrounding space that was not forbidden and escaped. End of this chapter. Chapter 55-25. As Jian Wushuang went out, Mo Yin also retreated far away. Deputy Hall Master Zhong frowned. Everyone was helping Jian Wushuang, but he was the only one to stop him. Palace Master Zhong, we will see you tomorrow. Wang Can and others don't care about so many. After the mission is completed, they go directly to the central hall, where there is Qiu Huang's death. They can directly escape. Going to the north to avoid the storm and robbing prisoners is not big or small. If Palace Master Lu Hua couldn't stand it, they could only keep fleeing. However, Lu Hua also promised them that there would definitely be life-threatening danger. He must have been carrying some notoriety, and he would be compensated when he returned to the Senate Palace in the future. Wang Can and the others calmly retreated. The Deputy Hall Master Zhong did not chase, but stared at the supremely strong man. Limi Porridge, you are really confused. Wang Can and the others have Lu Hua's support. Who are your supporters? Vice Paul Master Zhong had killing intent in his eyes. It's okay to let Wang Can go, with Lu Hua in front of him, but who supported Limi Kanji? This is hard to say, so these people must never be let go. At this time, Jian Wushuang had already escaped. Li Miju and the others came to jail to take Jian Wushuang away, but now Jian Wushuang hasn't caught him, and was stopped by people from the law enforcement hall. The blow by Mayan God just now, although his subordinates were merciless and did not want to kill, but it also caused Limi Kanji to be seriously injured. When confronted by Deputy Hall Master Zhong again, it was difficult to leave. First rush out, once the other strong come. We will be done. Limi Porridge's complexion was ashen. This time, they were careless about the plan. It was not counted that there would be people who would rescue Jian Wushuang. They had known it earlier, and they would have guarded outside. Boom! Jian Wushuang in the distance looked back and found nothing wrong. I just feel that this movement is a little too big, but fortunately, some of the strong people in Fushaotang have been distracted, and he just took the opportunity to grab his relatives. A terrifying atmosphere broke out again, and a great battle directly swept all the waters within hundreds of millions of miles nearby. After Jian Wushuang flew out with difficulty, he went all out to go to Fushaotang. Fushaotang. Although it is far from the law enforcement hall, I can feel the clearly visible aura of terror. That direction is the law enforcement hall, where Jian Wushuang is still suppressed. This made many people frown. At this time, the guests were already seated, and many people wanted to go out and take a look, but they were stopped by Wu Zua. Continue drinking, continue dancing. Wu Zua calmly picked up the wine glass and said coldly, "Do you guys believe in the strength of my law enforcement hall?" A breath radiated from him and directly suppressed everyone present. Those who wanted to go out to see what was going on also stopped. Although some people are equal to Wu Zua, they are all hall masters. But the strength is much worse. Wu Zua is the pinnacle of the most powerful. Even the 3 major palace masters can break their wrists. Moreover, he is the only living disciple of Qixin. Not only is his power terrifying, but he also has the secret method that the Qixin originally bestowed. It is the secret method created by the Qixin. Once activated, no one in the Palace of the Elders except the magic sound will be able to do so. Stop Wu Zua. After stopping the place, Wu Zua leaked a sneer. The Iron San in the apse found that something was wrong, but now he is riding a tiger with difficulty. Will it be in time? You can't delay. Hallmaster, I have ordered people to arrange 10 sixth-order emperors and powerful people around Fusho Hall. Even if Jian Wushuang dares to come, he will surely let him come back and forth. Tai San's eyelids throbbed, still feeling a little unstable, and he said, "Let Brother Qiu Qian sit in the portal himself, and then mobilize some native emperors from the 4 secret realms. As long as I can pass safely today, I will take out 5,000 square universe crystals." Minute! He also had his blood capital. His own manpower was not enough, and even the native emperors were sent out. Yes, after settled down, Tai San turned and entered the boudoir in the apse. "Miaowie, the time is up. Come with me into the hall," Tyson said softly. Gong Miaowie was dressed in a red attire. On this day, she was not covering her face, but showing her gracefully. The triathlon she saw was shocked. Although it wasn't the first time I saw each other, the feeling that I was about to have each other, that kind of control instantly burst. the face that can make the Sixth Order peak emperor. So moved can be said to be peerless. Gong Miaoya's face was cold, and he slowly stepped forward to hold Tai San's arm, and the two of them directly tore the space and reached the hall in an instant. The appearance of the two instantly broke the previously embarrassing scene. Where do Tai San and Gong Miaoy stand on the main seat? Today, Tai Mao is getting married. Thank you for coming to join us. If you need it in the future, please speak up. After speaking, the two bowed their hands. Emperor Tier Heaven was standing beside him at this time, and he was also very excited. Speaking of it, Gong Miaoy was the one he introduced to his master. If the two of them can form a Taoist couple, he has to remember a lot. But when the two of them just got up and were about to raise their wine glasses to toast everyone, a terrifying breath instantly fell. Triathlon! Boom! Jian Wushuang ascends to the top of the sky like a colossus descending from the sky, directly smashing the dome above the main hall to pieces. At this time, the sky outside became a little gloomy. Tai San's expression moved, knowing that he shouldn't mess up his position at this time, and hurriedly shouted, "Come on, drive him out of me!" "Huh!" Jian Wushuang sneered. "Stop screaming. I've already dealt with those hillbillies outside. How is this possible?" Tai San's expression sank. If the aboriginal monarchs outside can't stop them, they can still make sense. But Qiu Qian was his elder brother's right-hand man, who was even stronger than him. How could he be defeated by Jian Wushuang? He didn't know that the people he arranged outside had long been taken care of by Emperor Lu Hua himself. They are now suppressed. All this is done quietly. After all, he is the absolute strongest. How could it be discovered by others? Okanshu, come, Jian Wushuang, today is a big wedding. I advise you to stop making trouble. Tai San's breath changed, and he was ready to do it at any time. This time he would not bear it anymore. At the same time, he also transmitted to Wuzhua and said angrily, "Brother Wuzhua, didn't you say that he will be released after today?" Tai San is now increasingly suspicious that Wuzhua is playing tricks on him. Originally discussed, Jian Wushuang will be released after today. At that time, he will leave the old man with Gong Miaoy and go to the north, so he doesn't have to worry about Jian Wushuang's trouble. Wuzhua just spoke indifferently. Don't worry, what storms can he upset as a Taoist? Besides, he is now a fugitive. You can take action against him with my guarantee. It's okay. With this sentence, it was considered that Tai San's mood was stabilized. The origin of destruction in Jian Wushuang's body began to be released, but it fell into the hall in an instant. Chapter 55, 26. Nothing to do with you. You will finally go away. Jian Wushuang glanced at the emperors sitting on both sides of the hall and said, "Otherwise, don't blame me for hurting you by mistake." As soon as the source of that horrible destruction came out, everyone was in chaos. Before he finished speaking, they left one after another. It's okay to watch the show, but it's not good to hurt yourself by mistake. Tai San's expression changed. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to get the origin of the universe and destroy the origin. If he blew himself up in this hall, he would have to be seriously injured. Jian Wushuang, you are now a prisoner, and you can act unscrupulously on you. You'd better know and get out of here. I'll assume it never happened. Tai San stretched out his hand and said, very righteous. This is because that source of destruction is too terrifying, and it is really necessary to fight. I am afraid that neither he nor Jian Wushuang will end well. The other party is an inheritor with true spirits for the bottom, and will not fall at all. He was different, really fighting. If Jian Wushuang killed him, Zhenling would not obliterate Jian Wushuang because of a veteran. On the contrary, if he killed Jian Wushuang, he would probably arouse the anger of the true spirit. Gong Miaoya's face was a little stalemate next to her. For a while, I didn't know whether Jian Wushuang was true or not, and there was a touch of emotion in my heart. At this moment, tearing the sky, just wanted to leave here, but there was a breath that kept him back, making him unable to move. The owner of this breath is naturally Wuzhua. Jian Wushuang has clearly said that he must be torn to death. The beast soldier must be snatched over. This is a great opportunity. Jian Wushuang's eyes revealed a huge killing intent. Tyson, old dog, take it to death. His whole Buddhist thought power broke out in an instant, and the straight source of destruction buzzed in an instant. Of course, the Tai San on the main hall would not wait to die, pulling Gong Miaoui to flee. At this time, it is not the time to fight hard. Escape. Tai San had only one thought. It was a bit miserable to tear the sky, unable to move at all, was suppressed to death, and desperately shouted, "Help me!" At this time, the crisis was full, and Tai San didn't care about the life and death of the sky at all, just wanted to leave here, quickly. Everyone must die. As soon as Jian Wushuang's voice fell, candle dragon wings instantly wrapped his body, and Wuzhua was standing in front of him at this time. Don't resist. I will do it after a breath. After Wuzhua transmitted the sound, a powerful force wrapped Jian Wushuang. Without his protection, Jian Wushuang, who was destroying the core of the source, would also fall. Boom! The source of destruction burst completely. The entire Fashaotang was razed to the ground in an instant, and then a surge of weather began to condense into a point. That is a black hole. The origin of this destruction directly condensed the continent where Fashaotang was located into a black hole, and the huge swallowing power swallowed all the continent where Fashaotang was located. It was useless for Tai San to struggle in it, and finally abandoned Gong Miaoui and wanted to escape alone, but Jian Wushuang had already rushed over. "Wanna go?" Jian Wushuang dived, first grabbed Gong Miaoui, and then took Gong Miaoi's hand and stopped in front of Tai San. Looking down at the other side, a high-ranking hall master of Fashaotang now looks like a mourning dog. "Jian Wushuang, I want you to die." Tai San was completely angry and desperately rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Although he had been seriously injured, Triathlon tried his best when he came up and even burned his original source to restore his strength to the top level. God-destroying palm. Tai San's pinnacle knowledge is a set of infinite destructive skills. With a palm shot, the God destruction technique was instantly activated, and the thought power around Jian Wushuang began to weaken, and he could no longer feel the position of the opponent. Once the power of mind disappears, the practitioner is like a blind man. Wuzhua was in the core of the black hole in the distance, and he was still carrying the Emperor of Tier Heaven in his hand. At this time, the heart and soul were torn apart. "Master Wuzhua, help me." "Save you?" Wuzhua sneered, and after forcibly taking the beast from the opponent, he threw the tearing sky into the vortex of the black hole. With tearing resentment on his face, he roared, "No, he is not reconciled." Along the way, it was not easy for him than anyone else. In order to keep the beasts, he not only provoked Jian Wushuang in Primordial Star. When he arrived at the Tomb Mountain, he was bullied by other inheritors, and now he finally climbed to this position step by step. How could he be so willing to fall? But the huge gravitational force of the black hole behind him extinguished his mind, and his body turned into countless particles, which were deposited into the deposit. But on the surface of the black hole, there was still the last grim expression of tearing the sky imprinted. It was a cloud of mist. After solving the tearing sky, Wuzhua took a step and came to the core of the black hole. "Jian Wushuang, do you want me to help?" Now, that Jian Wushuang has no thought power, he can only hear the sound. At this time, he also has a fierce energy, and he shouted, "I can solve it!" Originally, according to the plan, Wuzhua solved Tai San, and Jian Wushuang solved the tearing sky. Now, it's the other way around. The strongest Wuzhua went to kill the weakest tearing sky, and Jian Wushuang chose to chew on the hardest bone. I found you. A smile leaked from the corner of Jian Wushuang's mouth. Without the power of thought, he still has the power of life. As long as it contains the breath of life, he can feel it. The huge palm print hit. Jian Wushuang slowly pulled out the Jueyun sword that was behind him. At this moment, his temples were flying, his robe dancing with gravity, his eyes closed, but he drew out the Jueyun sword, ready to use his strongest sword. Gong Miaoyi, who stood behind Jian Wushuang, looked at Jian Wushuang as if he had seen his father from the other side. Because at the beginning, her mother told him that his father likes to carry a long sword most. For this reason, the two came together. But when he thought of his father, he was a little moved. Tai Sanjin is going to fall. What will his father do? And who will he rely on to find his father? Rely on Jian Wushuang? Although Jian Wushuang's face is for her now, she can't guarantee that the other party will help her. What if Jian Wushuang uses her again, and then throws it aside and ignores it? At that time, Akanshu, calm because she had fallen to the Iron Three, the palace Master Changfeng would not spare her either. Hard work. Gong Miaoyi's eyes were a little rosy, but she couldn't make any choice. She had to be at the mercy of others. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang's sword in both hands pointed at the giant palm, and at the same time he looked back at Gong Miaoyi and said tenderly, "Don't worry, I can help you with our father's affairs." As soon as this shameless remark came out, Jian Wushuang shot it instantly. Millions of tribulation. Jueyun's sword made a buzzing sound, which was the transformation of life force. The monstrous sword intent descended on the world, and a sword came out to resonate in the entire space. Just the breath of Jian Wushuang's body instantly dissipated the god-destroying technique, and then shouted angrily, "Death!" End of this chapter.